Okay, good morning to everybody. Welcome to this workshop on ethical issues. Also welcome to the people that is perhaps listening us from far away. We are sorry, they are telling me where should I be to the sound to be transmitted. I think everybody knows that ethics has to be with honesty and moral issues. All of us, we try to do good science in a good fair. But there are many other aspects of ethics that sometimes in our everyday life we don't have time to think. So this is why there are regulations and there are people who has clear ideas on how should we handle several things, and for example, animal experimentation, or how should we handle with clinical issues, etc. And there is even more, is how the impact of the research and results that we are obtaining is affecting our society in the future, no? Particularly not only in the biomedical or biology or chemical field, but also in the technology field. And this is the reason because today we have invited 3 speakers that are going to tell us about different aspects related to ethics, and I think it's going to be very interesting. Our first speaker is José Ignacio Latorre, and I think he's going to make a very interesting and nice reflection on how the progress in the technological aspects is going to impact our everyday life. After that, there will be Luis Montoliu. He's going to speak about ethical aspects related to animal experimentations and things like that. And later on, we are happy to have also here with us Peter Moons, who is in a project with us, and he is going to tell about clinical issues and ethical aspects related to the handling of information from patients and clinical samples and all those things. So thanks for coming. I think we all are going to learn a lot. And now we are going to start with our first speaker, which is José Ignacio Latorre. He's a professor at the University of Barcelona. He's a physicist. He's on a very different field from us. He's working on quantum chromodynamics of elemental particles. And he is, has been doing his research also in the MIT, in the US, and also in the Institute of Niels Bohr in Copenhagen. Nowadays, he's also working on a very important project related to the construction of a new computer in the Supercomputing Center of Barcelona. And I just was told that he has been appointed to go to Abu Dhabi and to create a new center in Singapore in the next year. So he's going to leave the University of Barcelona to start this challenging project somewhere else. So José Ignacio, if you want, thank you for accepting being here today.
Thank you very much to you. How do it works? ¿Dónde? No va. Okay, good morning. How are you doing? So first let me start with a disclaimer. I'm a physicist. I've never seen a living creature in my life, so in my labs. So my approach to ethics will sound completely different from yours. Okay. Yet, I do think that ethics is a manifold problem, issue, and the basic idea for me is that we should all reflect on on ethics in general, because the result of this reflection should be laws that should be passed by the parliaments, and that means co-decision. So co-decision means that all of us should be involved in these ideas of ethics. And so my disclaimer is that I will tell you a little bit of what I've thought. Many people, it happened just now, ask me how come that I'm, coming from elementary particle physics, I do talk about ethics. So the reason is that I started to work in the analysis of the data at CERN in the collider many years ago, and at some point in 1991, I understood that there was a thing called neural networks, and I applied them. It was a time where there was a winter of artificial intelligence. There was nobody believing that you could do things with neural networks. Well, the opposite is true. The amazing things we could do in artificial intelligence applied to the analysis of data is simply amazing. And let me just tell you that the work we did now, every data that comes from LHC has to be analyzed by these neural networks. Okay, we produce what is called parton distribution functions, which is how much momentum a quark has into a proton, and this is nowadays determined with artificial intelligence, not with a computation from first principles. There is no such a thing. And because I was following all these fields in detail, I suddenly got a little bit worried by the recent progress that is being done in artificial intelligence with absolutely zero thinking about the consequences of this progress. So this is why I'm producing this talk, okay? And it's a very popular talk. It's absolutely zero technicalities. So let me go ahead. And my first comment is that I want to give what I understand is the background. Otherwise, nobody understands anything. So for me, you know, everybody says when science started, and everybody goes back to the Greeks and to Persia and the beginnings of thinking. But really, I like to start a serious analysis of science, starting with René Descartes and the Discours de la Méthode. This is 17th century. And why I started there? Because it's clear that he was the first to separate the analysis of the world, okay, of the physical world, from our mind, from God. So it was the first time that one could discuss whether it rains is not a problem of a God saying it should rain today, but rather that there is a physical phenomenon that is behind that. It's not only the idea of the separation of the three different issues, but also the method, la méthode. No? Reduce everything to the fundamental ingredients, and once you have that, go ahead, develop as much as possible the consequences of those fundamental postulates, and then finally bring them together. That's written in the 17th century. And as soon as this happened, you see, immediately you have the results of this kind of thing. So Newton, 50 years later, wrote for the first time postulates for physics, the Principia. Okay. Let me put in some way a name to every century. So I like to think that the 18th century was mechanicism, was mechanics, was the laws of Newton applied to every possible thing. 19th century definitely is chemistry and evolution in biology. First half of the century, physicists claim to have the two revolutions, so that's relativity and quantum mechanics. And definitely it produced something like the atomic bomb, which changed the politics of the world. And the second half of the 20th century, I would claim that it's a time of biology, and definitely, and very few people mention that, of computation. So the theorems that control all our internet, the way we compress data, the way we communicate, the way we analyze every channel is due to Claude Shannon, and this is 1950. Okay, so in the beginning of the 21st century, I think it will be remembered because of artificial intelligence. That's my bet. Okay, and I make a prediction for the second half of the century. It will be the time that we will say, "What the hell have we done?" So let's go back to ethics. I I realized a few months ago that we have 15,000 generations of Homo sapiens and only 4 generations of quantum mechanics. So that means that we are living the infancy of science. So for me, the ethics is, as I said, a very manifold problem or issue. And definitely I would divide into the piece of ethics that is related to the modification, improvement of humans. That includes everything, medicine. You take a drug, you're modifying your body, or changing your pieces of your body, or manipulating the DNA, or changing whatever it is about the humans. And even something crazier, which is substitute humans, okay? Which is apply artificial intelligence to do tasks that were done by humans. Of course, I cannot bring any information to you of relevance on the modification of humans. You are far more knowledgeable than me. So I will concentrate. Oh, it died. It died. Somebody died here. Can you open the file? Somebody modified my... Oh, you took this out. I never copied it inside. Yeah. By the way, that shows that the machine had a memory, because the sticker was out and it was working. So Claude Shannon would be happy. Oh, sorry. Di nou, pots baixar? Baixa. Di nou, ICAC Ethics, aquest. Sí. Vale, sí, com vulguis. Okay. So I was saying that I would only talk about the substitution of humans, so artificial intelligence. So there are, again, very many things to discuss about that. First is the different problems related to ethics of the research and the ethics of the applications, which is achieved with the research. To give you an example, the same could be said about atomic bomb. Does it make sense to discover what is the nucleus of an atom? What are the forces that act? What are the energy that can be liberated over there? So that makes sense. Another issue is how we apply that knowledge, whether we produce a bomb or we produce a power station. So this is one of the issues. Another issue is whether the progress that we are making is public, or is it private? It's a big thing. That is related to the idea whether the results of the research are open, or they are private, they are proprietary. And then something that very few people mention, which is the difference between legal, illegal, and illegal. And now we are living a world of illegality, so that there are no laws for many of the things that we are working on. Ahora ya no funciona. Now it works. So let me finish this introduction with one of these sentences that I like. And this is by John von Neumann. You may know that John von Neumann was one of the brightest people in the 20th century. He was the guy who wrote for the first time the postulates of quantum mechanics in 1930-31 on a book. So we always mention people like Schrödinger, Einstein, Dirac, Bohr, but the postulates of quantum mechanics were written by Johnny von Neumann. He was also the guy, he had plenty of progress done in mathematics, and he was the guy who invented the structure of a computer, of a PC. The fact that you have an input-output device, you have a memory, and you have a CPU. This is what is called the von Neumann architecture of a computer. And on top of all these things, he invented the Monte Carlo methods for simulations. So quite a remarkable person. He wrote this sentence in 1950. Okay. He said, the ever-accelerating progress of technology gives the appearance of approaching some essential singularity in the history of the race, beyond which human affairs, as we know them, could not continue. And he also mentions technological progress will become incomprehensibly rapid and complicated. Okay. 1950. Okay, this is remarkable. So to organize my discussion, and I was asking whether we could have less talk and more questions, because I like always to get the feedback. So what I've done is to prepare a trip, a traveling set of transparencies, of slides, in 6 stages, okay? So I'm going 6 stages talking about ethics. So as I said, to get the background for artificial intelligence, my first step is a brief history of machines. And there are 3 stages within this stage. My first one is that humans made instruments, made tools, starting in the primitive ages. And those tools, if you think carefully, all of them are trying to produce power. They're trying to improve the physical strength of humans. That's how you hunt, that's how you lift weights, that's how you move things. So we made machines from the very beginning to now, which are powerful. And the first observation I would like to bring here is that we are weaker beings nowadays. Myself, I keep telling that I have very thin arms. I would, fight in the Middle Ages against somebody else, and I would die in the first go. Okay, in the first go, I'm done. Okay, I have 0 muscle. So we have a human physical decline because we got the power into the machines. It's no longer necessary to climb stairs. We take the elevator. No longer necessary to walk. We take the car or a taxi, and so on and so forth. So we simply have a decline. Then we produce machines that compute. That's not trivial, okay, because we had the abacus in the old times, in Persia, by the way. But this is nothing compared to the idea that we have an algorithm that I can tell him what to do with iterations of whatever kind of programming. It is worth telling that the first loop, a do in Fortran, a while in many languages, the first programming loop, you may know it was done by a woman. It was Ada Lovelace, the only child of Lord Byron. And how come that a romantic girl produced the first algorithm? Well, it was due to the fact that Lord Byron left his wife to never return to England. And the wife was so angry that educated her daughter into sciences to avoid that she loved the poetry of his father. Okay, and that's how Ada Lovelace became a fantastic mathematician, but due to the rules of the time, she never could join the professional mathematicians, although she would write letters to them. And it was Babbage, the guy who was trying to conceive a machine that could do an arbitrary computation, and he wrote some notes, but they were not too clear. And he was asked to make a translation of some notes. But while doing the translation, she wrote a notebook, and there she wrote for the first time the concept of a do loop, Ada Lovelace. Now, the result of having these enormous machines that were triggered in the middle of the century has produced a decline in our mental ability to compute. Okay, I always claim that if you go out for dinner with 7 people and you get the bill, when you divide by 7, there are faces there. Everybody looking for the phone to divide by 7. We have forgotten even the rules of division, let alone a square root. Okay, that's forbidden. So there is a mental decline. As soon as we produce machines that are better than us in a task, we get a decline. Okay. And that's the third generation. We are making now machines that make decisions. Really, they make decisions. You may know that as of this year, the water in Barcelona is purified by a algorithm, by a neural network. There's nobody there taking the decision, it's a machine. So those are decisions that matter. I mean, all the water of Barcelona is decided in this way. The traffic, many of the things are decided on neural networks. So what is the natural consequence of that? If we don't make the decisions, there will be a decline in ethics. Okay? Because ethics is what makes a difference between what we consider good or bad, which is a decision. Okay. So this is my first stage. Advanced artificial intelligence is tantamount to delegation of decisions, and that we should be aware of that. I love to bring an example to push people, which is that one of the most amazing things is that many people nowadays look for a companion for life, for a partner, for a boy, girlfriend, with applications, with some apps in your phone. So the pre-selection of your future companion for life is done by an algorithm. It's not you that you decide. No, it's the algorithm that says. So we are so happy with that, okay? And all of us are using that. But that's amazing, no? It's not your father, your mother, like in the ancient times. No, now it's an algorithm that decides the 100 people that you will meet, okay? So my second is to tell you something about quantum. And why not a century with 2 lines? You could add so many lines. This is what people call narratives. Narratives of the 20th century. This is a particular narrative. Not the one of biology, not the one of politics, not the one of economy. It's the one of quantum mechanics and the one of artificial intelligence. On quantum mechanics, it's the 7th of October of 1900 that Planck wrote the first equation that is quantum. It took 26 years to understand the equations, and that's the construction of Schrödinger equation. And then 30 is the postulates. But as soon as 1947, we constructed the first transistor. This is semiconductor quantum mechanics. So it's how many atoms glue together and then how you see transmission there. And you have laser in 1960, which is a quantum state of light. It's a coherent state of very an undefined number of photons. They work as a single wave function. Or the construction of GPS. Why I wrote GPS? Because, well, everybody should know that GPS is possible because we have atomic clocks. Precision of 1 part in 10 to the 13. Otherwise, you would not have GPS. And not only that, these 30 satellites, around 30 satellites orbiting the Earth, time flows at a different pace over there as here because of 2 effects. Because it's a motion that you see, and that produces a change of the speed of time. And second, because they are in a gravitational field, and that's general relativity. So special relativity and general relativity, they operate in opposite signs, and if you would not correct for relativity, GPS would be lost more than 11 kilometers per day. Okay, so this is the idea that the delay of the clocks in orbit and on Earth are of the order of 40 microseconds. Then you have WW, I put it because that's done at CERN, but that's the internet is thanks. Why you don't pay anything to use the internet? Because it was done on a public project. Okay. Otherwise, you may know the old people may remember that Microsoft tried to buy internet at some point, and it was forbidden. Okay. Factorization. Now you don't understand. You will understand in a while. And finally, 3 weeks ago, we had quantum supremacy, and I will tell you about quantum supremacy. On the other side, it's in the 30s that Church, post-Turing, explained for the first time that making a computation is doing a physical process. That's why phones heat up. That's why you use energy. That's why the Mare Nostrum spends 1.5 million euros a year on computation, because you need energy to do a computation. That was understood in the 1930s. Then you have the first machine, ENIAC, or you have Shannon with the first theorems. And then you have artificial intelligence starting in the 60s with many winters, they call, because the attempt to do things was so crazy that didn't work and people complained. Or the classification of complexity classes, NP versus P, non-deterministic polynomial versus polynomial. What are difficult problems, what are easy problems? It's an amazing endeavor to understand the complexity classes for computation. And it turns out that in the last 10 years, we have discovered what carries the name of deep neural networks. Okay? We'll talk about that later. Many things have happened, but we have learned to learn. And that's the essential thing. We have failures, we have automatization, we have inference, we have tried so very many different things, but finally we have learned to learn. Okay? That's a big achievement that has happened on the last 50 years. To give you a hint of what happened is that in the very beginning, starting in the 60s with the first computers, people said we can substitute a medical doctor. And that's a complete table of flow of decisions. I said artificial intelligence is about decisions. Okay, so this is how to decide the treatment on a patient. And that was applied. So the idea that humans should encode their amazing knowledge into algorithms was the first idea. We should do that. So it's all about decision rules, and you need a fantastic medical doctor to tell you what to do. And this is behind the first steps on medicine, on playing chess, on giving a loan to you for your buying an apartment, or the natural language, understanding humans. It was a profound failure. I mean, every one of those things didn't work. But there are funny things, and this is an entertaining talk, supposedly. So what I brought to you is one of the attempts to make a psychiatrist. Okay, this was under the name of Elisa, okay, MIT, 1966. And this is an example of a real thing. It's a patient. The patient was a woman, a real woman. There are thousands of these things. And she says, all men are equal. And Elisa says, in which sense? And then they always bother us with issues. And could you be more specific? Well, my boyfriend forced me to come here. Your boyfriend made you come here? Yeah, he says I'm always depressed. I'm sorry to hear that you are always depressed. Elisa, it's true, I'm not happy. Do you think that coming here will make you less unhappy? So this is an extract of a real discussion in 1966, and you may wonder what happened with this project. It was stopped by MIT because they realized it was not particularly good. It was not doing good to the people, but the patients got extremely attached to Elisa. So they had to stop it, okay? So if you ever think whether you can be in love with a machine, we have some evidence that this is possible, okay? Now, the new idea came later, and the idea is not to copy the knowledge of humans, but copying the structure of the brain. So simulate neurons and connect them in a way that you put data and you end up with a result. These connections, these synapses, artificial synapses, will carry the weights of every element in the input to produce an output. Of course, the task which is done depends on the connections, on how you connect your brain. So there is a process which is learning, which is nothing but training. And we have nowadays a big classification of training methods, which is supervised. I know what I should get. Unsupervised, I want to understand categories of data, or reinforcement learning, which is the big new thing in the last 10 years. The success of chess or of many other tasks is coming from reinforcement learning. And you apply them to the very same problems as before, and now we have a success. Okay? Little by little, we let me just mention here chess, okay? Because we'll talk about the others. Chess, there was a program based on rules, decision rules. The best chess players in the world had come and tell the machine how to play. If there is an open column, put your rock there, okay? Openings, there are plenty of experts programming openings. All these produce a program that was a master called a stockfish that would beat every human in a split second. Now, 2-3 years ago, I don't remember now, Google produced a completely new algorithm that was not trained by humans, only knew the rules by themselves, but there was applied what we call reinforcement learning, and it played against himself for 4 hours. And that machine destroyed stockfish and play in a completely different way. Not only that, but the very same algorithm could play Go and could play every other game. So that's impressive, okay? So we have the evidence that humans have discovered rules. Those rules are not the best. There are other ways of playing chess which are better. In particular, people are now analyzing one after the other every game played by AlphaZero is the name of the algorithm. And I can tell you, if you like chess, it's amazing how it plays. Now, another example is cat versus dog. So you feed thousands of pictures of cats and dogs. Some of them are highly non-trivial. Look at this poor cat who is upside down. And you have to discover whether it's a cat or a dog. How things are done? Well, the discovery under the name of convolutional neural networks is that you have a number of layers that only do trivial things like discovering corners and lines, just like our vision cortex. And then other layers will process them. So actually it's organized in layers. The first detects corners and lines. The second detects whether it's a cat or a dog. Finally, you detect whether the cat is on the table. So you make meaning. So there are layers of complexity, okay, of understanding complexity. We have discovered that. That's the best way we have nowadays. Not only that, but I will not explain, but the success is coming from what is called the degenerative adversary networks. So actually you make two neural networks. One that does that, and finally decides whether it's a cat or a dog, but now you make another neural network that tries to generate cats and dogs with pixels. And the two fight. So one neural network is trying to make faces which are fake, and the other is trying to make discover the two things. And the competition between the two neural networks is a training mechanism. And this is an amazing success, the adversary networks. So before we thought that this is the algorithm, and humans were saying, no, you are bad, you have to improve. Now we make another neural network to tell them that he is bad. Now, all these things is making that artificial intelligence is ubiquitous. So the new frontiers, I guess you have listened about these things somewhere, but one of them is generation of content. So things that never existed now are made by artificial intelligence. In particular, you can see the examples for music, IVA, Deepback. They produce music for movies and for games, for playing games. Or Vincent, who is a program for drawing. So it's producing examples of pictures for you. You may have seen that there is a Rembrandt, which is really amazing, an artificial Rembrandt painting. Or Nuz, is a Spanish guy who is amazing, who is now running a company in London. Last year, he injected 300,000 pieces of news, artificial news. They are true. It's not fake news. They are correct news, but there is no journalist there. It's automatically done. Okay, amazing. His company is working very well. Others are advice. Let me come back later to that. Or one of the main things, I have a friend who is working here in Barcelona on interaction human-machine with the elder people, how to deal with. There are 150,000 women, very old women, that will never step the street again in their lives. Okay, they cannot walk. They are in an apartment. Nobody takes care of them. Would you accept that there is a call by an artificial intelligence to that person? So this is one of the programs, and it is financed obviously by the European Union. Education, whether you can use these things for education, treating your customers. One of the most amazing developments in the recent years is emotions, detecting and generating emotions, artificial emotions, and other things related to the interface between humans and relation between humans and machines, like text-to-voice, sentiment analysis. I was 2 days ago with a guy who is getting money from the European Union to analyze all Twitter, to analyze sentiment analysis, so whether there is hate, whether there are love. But why he's doing that? For the immigration. So they are trying to detect which are the cities in Europe that are more open to receive immigrants. And this is done by artificial intelligence nowadays. The query and answer, as I mentioned, this is the elder, or the personal assistants. I guess you all know Alexa, and you know all these things. And the changes that will come here will be surprising for everybody. I can only tell you that. There is an internet site where you can, there is a sentence which is read by a voice, and you are recommended to do it with the opposite of your gender. So I'm a man, so a woman reads that sentence. Then I read it myself. And then she repeats the sentence with my silences and way of thinking. It's very impressive, because you hear yourself with the voice of the other gender. Okay. So this is going ahead. And look, an autonomous cars, runs, military boot, there is an enormous amount of things going on. So delegate decisions. Let me go to two particular things. Medical diagnosis, and as you may know, Watson, it's a product by IBM that is selling advice for medical doctors. And of course, the argument is very simple. Watson can be fed with thousands of examples, hundreds of thousands in some cases, hundreds of treatments, adequate to every specific country or weather or whatever. There is an overwhelming amount of data fed over there, and then you apply inference, Bayesian inference. Can you do better? Can a doctor do better than that? Probably not, because the doctor will have only a partial amount of information. A machine can be trained with a gigantic amount of data. So this is an example. The other is the law, which is less known. It's the Department of Justice in the States that decided to produce a neural network that advises the judges. And in particular, there are two things, about the bail and about prison. Okay? And of course, because this is based, the law in the States is based on jurisprudence, so it's a fact that you can go back to your data and see what is the closest similar case and apply it. So actually, this produces an amazing thing. It's a judge should now justify why he is not following the advice of that program. It's subtle, okay, very subtle, because the decision affects the life of a human. Okay. Now, this brings us to the detail of programming ethics, or making the laws for ethics. Well, why don't we take the very same examples we had before? Well, it happened that, it was in Denmark, I think, that Watson made an error in a diagnosis. And it was stopped, the recommendation of being used for every medical doctor in the country. Second, if it is so good, will everybody be able to use it, or will it be only for the people who pay for that? And then there is human reluctance on the side of the doctor and the side of some patients. The errors is amazing, because think of if there were no cars in Spain, okay, no cars. And suddenly a guy comes and says, we can produce a new machine that will take you anywhere. But there is a price for that. Oh, really? I will be able to move anywhere? Yes. But there is a price. A few thousand people will die every year because of that machine. You know, we would not approve that. We would simply forbid it. That's the situation for artificial intelligence. We are at the level that we do not accept a single error. from artificial intelligence, which is not the case in the old times, in the old machines. So we are much more strict on that. And the law, the example of the justice, what happened is that after using the algorithm for some time, it turned out that it was obviously clear that it had a bias against Afro-Americans. Why? Because the program had been fed with data where most of the people that were in prison were Afro-Americans. So, of course, the neural network learned that Afro-Americans are bad in general. So that says that in the training, you can bias the result for gender, for race, for economical reasons, for whatever. So you have to be very careful. So as you see, these are examples that says that we are applying things without laws and detailed laws, and without thinking. And just to give you an example that things are not simple, many people use the example of the car. So I invented this other example. Okay? So you have programming, I think, is not simple because in general there is a dilemma. Okay? And the dilemma is that there is no good solution for a problem. So this is a guy, a robber, who is entering in a bank, and without asking any question, he kills the first guy. You have an artificial intelligence that controls a weapon that can eliminate this guy. And what do? Do you kill him or not? Okay? Well, that's an ethical discussion, killing a human. Okay? So let's go back to history and think what people have said about ethics. So I go back to Aristotle and says, no, ethics is about knowledge as a goal. Well, that doesn't help a lot, okay? Now, Kant, categorical imperative, says, treat others as you wish to be treated. Well, I wish not to be killed, so I should not kill the guy, okay? I should do something else, but not kill the guy. Or I go to Bentham and Stuart Mill and the philosophy of utilitarianism, which is really what dominates our society nowadays, and he says, seek the well-being of the majority. Of course, there are 5 other customers in the bank. I want to save their lives. Then I kill the guy. So choose your ethics. You have different solutions. So that is clearly an example that it is not easy. Let me say that on top, now we are programming these kind of decisions on autonomous cars. And the questions are, who decides on these ethics? Who programs that? Who supervises the programming of these things? For the autonomous cars, the example is well known. The car is going, there is an accident, no time to brake, turn left, turn right. On the left, there is a young man. On the right is an older man like me. Who do you kill? Now, I guess many people say, well, kill the old man, not kill me, because there is a young man that will do something. Okay, but look, it turns out that it's so fast that he sees the faces and recognizes the record of the guy and sees that the young man is a criminal and, I'm doing good for my society and I run a company that produces many jobs. Okay, now we should kill the young guy. So I ask you, what do you think is the emerging decision that people agree nowadays? Do you have any clue? So many people are defending something which is amazing, randomness. You throw a coin and you see one or the other. People claim nowadays that the most ethical solution is randomness. Non-trivial, huh? So a guy, I'm killed by a car. It was a matter of chance. Well, other people have ideas like this guy who is a little bit crazy about extrapolated coherent evolution. Look for the cases where humans agreed in the past on something and extrapolate these kind of decisions. So make artificial ethics. Apply artificial intelligence to define ethics. Why not? I mean, there are so very many examples in history that maybe you correlate the well-being of societies with a kind of law. Okay, so maybe that is a way to decide on things. Or, well, I like to use the word banality of good for Hannah Arendt. No, she said, woman philosopher after the Holocaust said that to do the evil you don't need to be very intelligent. Average people can be very bad. Well, average people can be very good also. No, so why not postulate that all the programming should be based on the banality of the default should be treat well humans, which is not the case, by the way, now. Data and ethics, I will not talk because you are all exposed to these things. So all these European General Data Protection Regulation, fortunately, is the first step. These are not decisions. These are simply the data you need for the decisions. I don't know if you are doing that, but in the last month, I've been asking to be eliminated for every list of the spam that I get, and my email has reduced the amount of spam dramatically. Okay, I encourage that you do the same things. The new ethical questions that many people discuss, and I will not stop, but if you want, we can discuss afterwards, is the machines that substitute humans will produce a long-term problem in the economy, okay? Because nobody will pay pensions, neither social security, neither they will get money, the humans. So how to deal with these things? One of the ideas is to bring machines to the legal status, legal entities. Robots will pay taxes, and that faces the idea that corporations will disclaim their responsibility. That's a very sophisticated problem. I love the idea that robots pay taxes. You take a task which is done by a human. The company puts a machine. Suddenly, the owner of the company makes money, saves money because he's not paying a human. But then there is a jobless, nobody pays for the social security, and no pensions. So why not do the opposite? The robot that substitutes the human. Robot is a big name for an algorithm. Now we'll get an account of, bank account. He will get the money for his work. He will pay taxes. He will pay social security, and he will repair himself. And he will teach the new generation. He will pay the research for the new generation of robots, as we pay the education of our kids. Why not? That would be a transition, a smoother transition to a new world. The non-trivial issue of machines as moral agents, because that seems obviously not. Well, think of pets. Okay, pets do have are moral agents, and they have rights. So where is the line? Where is the line where you stop these things? Now, in April 9, the European Union produced for the first time guidelines to do research in artificial intelligence and applications. There are three big categories. First, respect the laws of your own country. Then, 7 principles for ethics. One is human supervision, robust and secure programming, respect privacy, transparency, diversity, no discrimination, social well-being and respect for nature, and finally, accountability. And what is more important, whether you implement these things or not should be verified. So there are 2 separate states, the generation of these algorithms and the verification of such algorithms. And that should be passed by each parliament. Okay, but the practice is that here you have a picture in China where all the kids are scanned their faces every 30 seconds to see who is paying attention, who is not, and to which school they will go or not. So there is an amazing misuse of artificial intelligence, fake news, fake profiles, bots, coordinated attacks in cybersecurity, non-human jobs interviews, zillions of things which are being done nowadays. I'm approaching the final steps. Quantum again. Why? Well, because we have produced our first quantum computers. And let me tell you why this is relevant. So quantum computers use qubits, not bits. And that's the idea that in classical physics, state can be a bit, can be a 0 or a 1, while the wave function, the Schrödinger wave function, can describe the superposition of 0 and 1. That's a superposition principle in quantum mechanics. That means that the quantum computer can carry computations, considering all possibilities in parallel. Okay, it's the ultimate quantum parallel computer. And that means that as you increase, if you have 1, it's 2. If you have 2 qubits, you have 4 options, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. If you have n, you have 2 to the n. So it's an exponential advantage. So what can we do with a quantum computer? Many things, but there is one which is crazy. We can break every cryptographic protocol. To be precise, I want you to understand it's not me who says that. I took a picture of Hillary Clinton in the campaign where she lost, saying we need a Manhattan-like project for cryptography given the threat of quantum computers. Europe put a flagship in place with 1 billion in 2019. China has a city devoted to quantum computation, which is Hefei. They have a satellite for quantum cryptography. The amount of money is of the order of 20, it's really written here, 10 billion. MIT says, the National Security Agency says we must act now against the threat of quantum computation. In particular, NSA has produced a recommendation of not to use a number of protocols, all these things which are transparent for you. You don't know, but all these things are going on in your phone, all of them. So there is a de-recommendation of using a number of protocols, and again, it is explicitly said because of the quantum computers use qubits and so on, and this is not a threat. It's starting to be a reality, because as you can see, on 23 September, there was a pre-announcement that Google has produced for the first time a computation that cannot be reproduced with the largest supercomputer on Earth, classical supercomputer, 53 qubits. It's a useless computation, but it cannot be reproduced. It took 200 seconds on the quantum computer. It would take 10,000 years on a supercomputer, which is much bigger than Mare Nostrum. So this is the kind of quantum computers. It looks very nice because it's in gold, but the fact is that this is only a fridge. It's cooling down. Down here, the temperatures are 15 millikelvin, 15 on top of 0. Okay, so minus 273 degrees. Why there? Because there quantum mechanics works. Is where the domain of quantum mechanics, because you freeze the motion of the particles, you eliminate decoherence. So what is a quantum computer good? Well, break crypto, I don't know if it's good or bad, but it is a thing. But quantum chemistry. For the first time, we think we will deal with molecules with a real computer, with computation, rather than trial and error, as we do in many examples of discovery of drugs. So we can bring quantum mechanics to an efficient simulation. Okay? We can do banking, risk analysis, all the Monte Carlos which are done every night all over the world. Or as we are working now in my team, we are working on artificial intelligence, bringing hybrid classical quantum algorithms. So we do reinforcement learning of the way we feed the quantum computer to do the computation. So it's really spectacular, the kind of things we can do, and any optimization problem. Who owns a quantum computer? Well, they are private. For the first time in physics, we see private things on the top. So it's Google, it's IBM, it's Rigetti, it's a company again with 60 million to make this computer. The public, the European flagship, is only sponsoring one effort which is completely behind. China, nobody knows, it's secret. So what are the guarantees of here that we have any ethical use of these things? We don't have any. And I finally want to entertain you with a singularity. I'm only quoting things. So extrapolate for the half of this century, 21st century. Many people have done that, and they go on the category of science fiction, but we should keep an eye on these things. Again, you remember von Neumann? The very same sentence, look at the word, singularity. We are approaching some essential singularity. This is the origin of this set of ideas of the singularity. Is actually von Neumann. And you may know that there is a Singularity University in the States, a place devoted to discuss all these issues. Here is the first definition of this controversial guy. But, well, Kurzweil, he might be controversial on his way of phrasing the future, but he's the guy who was behind Siri, okay? So he's the guy who made the recursive Boltzmann machines to understand humans. So he has some credit. He says something that I completely agree here. There are no inherent barriers to our being able to reverse engineer the operating principles of human intelligence and replicate these capabilities in the more powerful computational substrates that will become available in the decades ahead. The human brain is a complex hierarchy of complex systems, but it does not represent a level of complexity beyond what we are already capable of handling. Okay. The best proposal to understand what's going on is this idea of this guy, who is a well-respected guy in this kind of world, is Nick Bostrom. He says, the argument is so obvious, let an ultra-intelligent machine be defined as a machine that can far surpass all the intellectual activities of any man, however clever. Since the design of machine is one of these intellectual activities, an ultra-intelligent machine could design even better machines. There would then be, unquestionably, an intelligent explosion, and the intelligence of man would be left far behind. Thus, first ultra-intelligent machine is the last invention that man need ever make. Okay, and he goes on. So that's the idea, that at some point we may provide algorithms that correct themselves. And as soon as they are trained to reinforce whatever they are doing, it's not us who code, but they code, okay? There are efforts along this line, yes, okay? This is not science fiction. People are doing these things. And there are issues here whether there would be a peaceful, unique, conscious, or ethical. There are so many things written here that we can discuss. But on the peacefulness, I would like to bring you the ideas of Steven Pinker, a Harvard professor, a student of Chomsky, who said, yes, he has very beautiful books about pacification of humanity, although we think that we are not. We are very violent when you take data seriously and without bias. It's amazing how we are going to a more peaceful society. So actually, the number that is amazing is the probability of being killed by another human. And that probability is going down steadily along the centuries. Okay. By far, the wrong alimentation is more dangerous than violence in the United States nowadays. There are amazing numbers there. And as you may notice, I like philosophy. Why not going back to Diderot? No? He says, if the union of a human soul and a machine is impossible, let somebody demonstrate it to me. If it is possible, let somebody tell me the effects of such an union. And this was started, he collected his works in 1774 till they were published a century later. But as you can see, there are people that started to think about these things in the 18th century already. I'm done. My conclusions. Everything can be programmed. Tell me one thing cannot be programmed. Tell me one. Everything. Can program everything. People are programming emotions, are programming. You may think they're primitive. Wait. 10 years ago, nobody believed we had translation as we have nowadays. Nobody would believe we had Siri. Nobody thought that these things were possible. They are there. They are real. Okay? They are real. So that means that there is a new era for ethics, because none of the philosophers of the past ever thought that there would be decisions done by non-humans. Okay, so it's tabula rasa. We have to start to think how to program these things. Myself, I wanted to have one slide on my own way of understanding these things. I have the feeling, and I guess it will be the same on your branch, people doing chemistry, doing biology, you are working on the daily basis with very advanced ideas, and you see what's happening, what will happen. So what is the ethics in your work? Okay. So I just wanted to mention a few things. So should I not work on quantum computation? It's a weapon. Okay, it's a weapon in the 21st century. Well, I think not. This is not correct. Knowledge is there. It's absolute knowledge. So it's not about whether the knowledge is good or bad. It's about the use of the knowledge. So choose your subject without any prejudice. Discuss plenty with colleagues. For me, that's essential. Okay, I do communicate a lot with many people about ethical issues. Do outreach. Go out and talk to the people. Okay, I do a lot. I've been with politicians, with people in corporations. Talk to them. I know it's not relevant when you look at the big picture, but now Telefonica has a department for ethics. Okay, has a person plus a number of people around on ethics, and so on. And Google stopped doing the glasses, you may remember. They stopped, and they withdrew from Boston Dynamics, from the robots for the military, and they have an internal ethical code. If you work in Google, you sign a contract saying you will not do certain things. Talk to politicians. I think this is important because we need the laws, and many of them don't understand that their job is not disputing, but making laws. Okay, that's separation of power. Parliament are the laws. And finally, participate in shaping the new ethics, because it's a matter of co-decision. No, as I said, ethics is co-decision. Why not scientists be part of the decisions about ethics? I think it's amazing that there are so many laws which are passed without the voice of any scientist. Now, we had one scientist in the government, but in previously, out of 17 ministers, there were 0 scientists. 0, okay? And how can you, in a table, take a right decision if nobody understands the issue? Nobody, okay? How can energy? How come that nobody knows what a joule is? and they decide. Okay, so that's it. Thanks.
I think you will need the answers because you gave us very issues to think about it and where the progress is going, how are we going to handle of this. So I'm sure there is people that would like to ask or share with him and with all of us our thoughts on how the progress of artificial intelligence is going to affect our lives. So, nobody?
Hi, I really enjoyed the talk. I have a question about the singularity or the future prospects, in the sense that you said that, that artificial intelligence will be able to reproduce any mental process or any activity can be put into an algorithm, let's put it like this. But to which sense, I mean, so far what I've seen about this is artificial intelligence performing many different tasks, but to which sense we humans, apart from the rational capabilities of doing these tasks, have many biological motivations that really, I mean, we really apply rationality to doing things to become more happy. Whereas, I don't know to which extent machines would like to be happy, or if there is a, I mean, something like, would the Watson computer at any point decide, no, I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer.
Well, that's science fiction. Eh?
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but I mean, is this something qualitatively different from, or is it just an extra step? What do you think?
I think we are conditioned, and I think you agree, by our origins. So we have a biological substrate. Okay, so we are conditioned for the competition for resources. So that's why we are violent, because there were few resources and we had to fight for them. But if you come to the idea that artificial intelligence is not based on a biological substrate, but on a silicon substrate, and that's for free. So there is no competition for that. And there is no need for air or water or whatever. Okay, and think of quantum computers which cost zero energy. I didn't mention that, but the quantum computer follows the laws of physics. So all these artificial intelligence will end up with a completely different conditioning environment, which is from ours. So I don't see why it should follow our way of thinking. Okay, I think it would be different. I go back to the Greeks, and now when they said that the ultimate goal of humans is wisdom, and why not thinking that Watson, if clever enough, would simply spend all his computational power to discover whether the Goldbach conjecture is true or not in mathematics. I don't know, this kind of thing. So what are the ultimate secrets of prime numbers? So, no, the ultimate things that, or explore. Look, a machine which is eternal, because on the silicon you don't die, no? There is no future. I mean, the time is irrelevant, no? You're eternal. You can explore the universe, you can go anywhere. It's well, all these things have been said by people, no? I mean, we are anxious. We have angst. Why? Because we die. If you don't die, you relax, no? You know. So why not all these things? Well, but look, if you like these ideas, Nostrom is the guy to be read. He's a very clever guy, and every point he brings all positions and brings right to the point. I mean, it's a very entertaining thing. Now, all these people, so many people. I've all my life I've been with people that don't believe. Well, these machines will never do that. As soon as they do it, they say, but they will not do the other thing. No, all my life, since '91, I can tell you, zillions of people have claimed that this would not be possible. In '98, I think, in '97, I was with one of the guys who is on top of the chess in Spain. And we went for dinner for some peculiar reason. And I said, hey, man, you have a few years with beating the machines. How a machine could ever beat a human? And he was really, very strong on his opinion. I said, look, I can program a machine to multiply all numbers from 1 to 1 million. I cannot do it. The machine can do it. I don't see why you say this is not possible. It took 1 year. No? It took 1 year. Now, and this idea, and people say, no, but we will not love machines. Come on, you love people talk to the cat. There are many husbands that prefer the car to the wife. I mean, how can you say you will not be in thrill? I mean, I put the picture of Ex Machina, but take her or whatever. I mean, there are people already thinking, and they know that you love more things than humans at some point. Okay, it's a fact. So, and then let me say one more thing. Sorry that I took so long on this answer, but many people say, but they are not conscious. I don't know if you are conscious. I don't know. And it was Turing, Alan Turing, who wrote in 1950 the paper, Can Machines Be Intelligent? And he says, right in the introduction, that's not the right question. It's whether humans can distinguish whether a machine is intelligent or not, and that's the origin of the Turing test. Okay, you pass the question through a curtain, and you have to decide whether that's a human or not. Let me say that there is the moral Turing test, which is very easy to pass by machines. That the decisions are morally acceptable. So, come on, be prepared. It's not whether it's conscious or not, it's whether I will relate with it as if it was conscious. And this will happen yes or yes. There was another question? Yeah? Sorry.
thank you very much for this exciting lecture. I've enjoyed it very much. Most people may think that should we be frightened about the future? And I was happy to learn from you that you are optimistic, knowledge is there. And I think we will foresee, we will cure, for example, Alzheimer, 100 years ago discovered. Nobody, no cure. And I hope that we will find any cures for other diseases. So we should be optimistic.
I am.
But you also talk about errors. For example, I'm fascinated about the discovery of this genome editing that also will bring us new discoveries for diseases. We will cure rare diseases and so on. But you know, the use of the technology in the hands of people that you talk about universal code of ethics code of ethics, but is this universal? We have the examples of the Chinese, I think the Chinese girls that have been produced, and once we have edited incorrectly and passed it into new generations. What do you think about this?
Well, the first, you were wondering about being positive or optimistic or not. I am. Okay? I'm a compulsive optimist. Why? Because it's an issue that we are bumped by bad news, but this is an artifact of our society. It was in the books by Pinker. You can see the graphics of how many positive news and negative news you receive on the New York Times. And in the 1950s, it went into the negative. Before the 50s, it was mostly positive, and now it's negative. It's a bias. It's a good news. A piece of news is that something bad happens. If you do good research here, you will never be on the news. Okay? So it's a bias. So please discount that. So look for objective ways of measuring whether we are doing well or bad. And look, it's a fact that we are doing research and we live well. So something good has been going on in the world, no? I mean, take Spain 80 years ago. It was not like that. Something good has happened, okay? So this idea that everything is bad systematically, I think is an easy way of thinking that we should eliminate, okay? That's not deep thinking, okay? This idea, everything is bad. No, come on. It's not true. And whether we will, you mentioned Parkinson and so on. My father has Parkinson, so I know that well. Whether I think it will be solved, of course. Tell me one problem we have not solved in the history of humanity. Tell me one. Of course, you don't solve it immediately now and whatever, but we will understand every detail of that, and we will see the way to stop these things and so on. So I'm fully optimistic in the progress of science as an endeavor, okay? And the third thing you mentioned is the misuse. And may I remind you that as soon as the humans invented fire, they burned a guy there, they put at stake the guy. Or as soon as we discovered the laws of the balance, we throw stones to the other guy. So is there any technological advance that has not been used against humans? No, I think everyone. We discover fantastic things, the laws that control matter at the ultimate scale of 1 Fermi, the nucleus. And the first thing we did was an atomic bomb. Now, this is unstoppable. Now, in the long term, then we correct for that. One of the big examples is the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution, well, formally, you make machines that will save our work. No. The first thing that happened is that people worked for 80 hours in terrible conditions. The air could not be breathed by anybody. The water was contaminated. Everything was a disaster, and we are needing centuries to correct for the wrong transition to the technology. Now, little by little, we are doing it better and better. I hope that the future of artificial intelligence is full of problems, of pitfalls, of dangers. But I'm optimistic. I think that we will rule the things in the right way in the long term. I won't see it, but I'm convinced. Please read the books by Pinker about pacification, and the other on defense of the illustration, no? of the, well, in English, illustration, it's another name. The lightning, okay? And then you see real data for one time. And then it's amazing that we are doing much better.
Okay, I think one of the problems with the perception of this artificial intelligence is that often this is being presented as a threat, something that fears people. And I think probably you would agree with this. I think it should be presented as an opportunity, because there's many things that can come along for benefit for the humankind. And why do you think this is often, because this is like it's a selling point, so it's because you're feeding people is a selling point?
Well, most of the people only know things about movies. So Ex Machina wants to kill the guy. I don't tell you the end of the movie. Her, well, she gets in love with another artificial intelligence. Well, tell me one movie about artificial intelligence which is not bad for humans. All of them are bad for humans. So what do you want? I mean, the average person will... look, Black Mirror, which is a fantastic series. All of them are a drama. I mean, all of them. I mean, there is not one movie, because that doesn't sell. You don't watch happy stories. Happy stories are not a selling point. Never sell anything. So you need, stress, hard things. But I give you the example of the old people, because that I've been myself thinking how to program all these things. My mother uses less than 1,000 words. Less than 1,000 words. I counted. Okay, I can tell you this is a fact. Okay, I counted. The sentences she says are, with minor modifications, the very same sentences. The answers she's waiting for are the same. Okay, the very same. Okay, so she's asking for me to ask, how is your ankle? I mean, how is your whatever? Did you go to the hairdress? And it's amazing. It's very simple. My mother, I'm there, but there are very many people that don't have anybody. Would that be okay that she receives a phone call with a sweet voice saying, Conchita, how are you doing today? Well, I have the pain there. Really? The drug didn't work? Oh, yes. Those are very trivial. May I say, I don't know if you follow these things, natural language processing. There is a breakthrough in 2018, which is called BERT, okay? BERT. So this is the first time that we have discovered that to understand the sentence, you don't have to go along the line of speech, but you can go backwards. Actually, your brain goes like that. So now that we have learned that, we transform every word into a vector and we look for the correlations. Turns out that now we understand the meaning of things. So in BERT, you can download it and you can do your questions and answers and all these things. It's amazing, the progress. Day by day, this morning, every day. So whether there will be good things there, I think so. There are dangers. I can tell you one danger immediately. As soon as the assistant, the Siri, the Alexa, the Cortana, you will choose the voice, will be sweet, like in her. Okay, will be very nice. I want to listen to that voice. And then it will tell, so how was it today at work? Well, usual pain with my colleagues and so on. Come on, don't pay attention. You know that you are doing well with that. And then sometimes could contradict me, just for the first, like chess, it would beat me sometimes. We program chess to play at my level, okay? We could adapt intelligence. I'm not talking about future, which is 50 years away. No, we are talking about 5 years here, okay? So will I be ready to ask my personal assistant things? Of course. May I ask him, should I marry this guy? Of course. Okay, because after receiving 20 or 30 good advices, could I ask about my personal life to an algorithm? Of course you will. Should I do whatever? Should I go out with that girl? Of course you should, because come on, don't stay at home and so on. So be ready for. I don't know. I would call these things good, not bad. Okay, but I think that this will happen very, very soon. Sorry to take you so long.
I think you are right. It's happening, so we should be ready. Does anybody want? I think it's a very interesting discussion. We could be here. I don't know. You don't have time, hours and hours, because there is really so many issues that come. But does anybody wants to participate with more thoughts or whatever? Go ahead.
More than a question, I have a reflection about if artificial intelligence is going on right now. Maybe we should adapt right now and focus our education into people knowing more about ethics, including these people into politics, and begin this training right now because we are lacking of time. I mean,
I completely agree.
And is this happening in any way?
No, absolutely not.
So maybe the politicians right now, we should, and the society, we should get ready for this change in this way.
I completely agree. Look, I happen to be giving a talk to certain high-level people in Spain, and the reaction was exactly what you said. But why don't you come and talk? They were mentioning all the relevant people for education, because many people understand now that education should have a very heavy component of ethics, because we will live with that. You know, let me say the other way around. All these first steps of controlling your data, okay, that now have to be trained on the kids, because otherwise they behave in a random way. It's a first step. But now they should understand that they are delegating their decisions, which is more crazy. So should this be taught at school? In my opinion, it's so clear. And let me say, people should know what is a code, what is a program. I don't understand why a person in the 21st century doesn't have the very minimum idea of what is a code. That is wrong, in my opinion. There was another comment?
Thank you so much for your lecture. It's been one of the most interesting ones we have had in here so far, in my opinion.
Don't say so.
So, the major threat to artificial intelligence is not falling into this bias you were talking about. How is the advance on this field? Like, how we avoid artificial intelligence to fall into this in order to make decisions?
Yeah. Well, first of all, things are going on with bias now, okay? With bias. So there is no stopping of this, in particular in China and things like that. How I do think is with the laws. I do believe in democracy. I know many people don't. I do believe in co-decision. What is the system we have? We have a parliament that represents us, should represent, all the diversity of, I'm a scientist, I should be represented, the taxi drivers, everybody should be represented in a way or another there. And there is a place where you make the laws, and then there is a government that executes the laws, and then there are the judges that control the laws. I think this is the right way of proceeding with artificial intelligence. I don't think we need anything extra. We need laws, and we need the government implementing that. Yet, how we make laws with co-decision. So that's why in the parliaments have committees, which are expert committees. Okay, and that's correct. And off the top, you need guidelines. So what I show you on April 9, those are the guidelines of an expert committee of 52 people in the European Union. Not the right way. 52 experts, including technicians, people in technology, philosophy, and business. All of them have come with a very basic document that serves the purpose of producing laws. That's good. Okay? Now, the problem we have is that, in general, the parliaments are so slow that rather than preventing things, correct the mistakes. Okay, that's what typically happens. So I foresee that the same will happen with artificial intelligence. I think that someday something bad will happen, and at that point, there will be a mess. Look, you know what? I make a prediction. You will remember me in the future. I make a prediction at some point in the United States of America, there will be somebody suing Instagram or whatever, because as a kid, they were allowed to use something that produced dispersion in their mind, and they would not pay attention to things, and finally they had a poor career. And they will sue these people. Another way would be to have a law here and say, no, kids should not be on the internet 5 hours a day. This should not be possible. And you should enforce that law. Okay? So that's what I think. What else? I mean, if we don't use our laws, if we don't use the parliament, I mean, what can you do for the mass of the people? No? I mean, been trying to push that there are things like that in media, but, well, if you talk to the journalists, if you talk to the radio people, I mean, they don't understand. They think that politics is the only relevant thing on earth. Whereas the instrument of change of society is science. We are so different from a century ago because of science, not because of politics.
Some more questions?
¿Una última?
No?
Tú conoces a todos. Tú conoces a todos.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Regarding bias as well, as I think maybe it's something inherent to humans in life, because you can adapt or modify, I don't know, a way of thinking if you learn the things you believe that are correct or not. That's something that we can solve, or it's a challenge that we can overcome in these computers or systems.
Yeah, I think you're right that everybody has a bias. You have your bias, I have my bias. But the laws have to be as less biased as possible in favor of any of us. I can give you the example of, I don't think we need artificial intelligence. We can do it with humans. It's like, you don't need a supercomputer to write a letter. You can do it with a PC, okay? So each problem doesn't need amazing apparatus to solve it. Let me give you the example of Singapore, that I'm going to live there for many years in the future. Well, Singapore is a very poorly understood country in Spain. The amount of lies is unbelievable. Well, Singapore had to deal with 4 religions, 4 languages, all together in 30 kilometers by 25. How do you do that? Well, what they did is the following. I give you an example. 16 days of vacation, 8 days are for religions, 8 are non-religious. 8 divided in 4, 2 days each religion had to choose a vacation. So the Catholics have, as you can imagine, Easter and Christmas. The Indians have whatever. The Malaysians have another. Well, that's a way. There is a bias if I'm Christian, of course. There is a bias if you're Hindu, of course. Can we arrange it? Of course, we can arrange it. We can simply make a reasonable law that is okay with all of us. About language learning, you can see that this is an example of a country where half of the ministers are scientists, let me say, half of them, and they have a rational way of dealing with energy, with water, with whatever. They sit, they discuss. The best minister is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because they are surrounded by hundreds of millions of Muslims and they need intelligent people there. There are ways of solving every issue. And I don't see why it shouldn't be. Of course, everyone has its own way of thinking, but that doesn't forbid to live together in the right way. Okay, I think now we are way far.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation and for this discussion that I think is very, very, very good. My question is, going back to science fiction, and we talk about movies, we have an example of two movies. One is Matrix, that machines can want to dominate humans, and the other is Blade Runner, that machines wants to be humans. So yeah. So my question is, you think that we can train a machine to have empathy?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
Because empathy is not something that have the machine, is something that the machine has to see to other people.
Now, technically, as I said previously, the moral test is easily passed by artificial intelligence. It's much more difficult to make artificial intelligence to understand two Scottish guys in a bar with a soccer team. That is a difficult task. Just to have empathy with you, that's very easy to program. Very easy. Very easy. No, I'm not kidding. I mean, the original Turing test is much more difficult to pass than the moral Turing test. Much more difficult. Technically, much more difficult. And again, I like to bring again the idea that every movie has a negative feature. No, I mean, in all of them, replicants want to come back and not die, and the others are. Well, all the movies are like that. When I wrote this book on ethics for machines, I wanted to have the final thing is a bibliography, no? And at some point I said, "You're a crazy man. Nobody reads nowadays. So why don't you bring movies?" And I made a list of movies, and there are like 30 movies there that are related to these ideas. And you would enjoy them because some of them are not well known, and it's fun. It's fun. But well, you agree with me that you have a bias. We have a bias, the thinking that the machines. Do you care about koalas? Not really. Amoebas? Do you care? If you walk and you see ants, do you step on them, or you try not to step? You don't step on them. No? So why do you think then that an artificial intelligence would be bad on us? The natural thing is that when you are free of all these conditioning, you're a good guy. I mean, there is no pleasure in killing no. You respect things. Look, I'm not kidding. The more advanced levels of society in each civilization, what they have done, they have paint, they have made sculptures, they have composed amazing music. The high level of the German culture was after the gymnasium. Planck was an orchestra director. Okay, so the high level is not violent. You simply want to create art or whatever. So why do you try to think that an artificial intelligence would not win Robocop or whatever? I mean, really, it's a bias we have. No, I think it will be very, very safe to live together with these machines.
So I'm very happy that you are positive and not afraid about the progress of an artificial intelligence. I also like to think on a world where this artificial intelligence is helping us, because what it is clear is that they handle much more information that we can handle. And this Watson machine, of course, she or he made an error. But yeah, that's clear that it's difficult for us to have all this information sometimes, and also to take the right decisions. No? You mentioned that you have those panels of experts discussing all these ethical issues. But I was thinking while you were speaking, what happens? Could it be the point in which we are managed, our countries, there is no politicians anymore. Our countries are managed by a computer.
Well, there was a poll in North America whether they would prefer a president which is a Democrat, a Republican, or an artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence got 25% of votes. I think that now it would receive 50%. In particular, I would vote for that. I give you an example. I'm a physicist, so I'm particularly angry with the policy of energy that we have in this country. Okay? Why don't we do the following? We take, there are how many? 300 countries, but let's take the first 50 countries. in the world, in economy. Look at the policies of energy, and look at the well-being in terms of, of air, contamination, waters, everything. Look at the money it costs, look at the economy, look at everything. And try to correlate what are the policies that produce the best in 50 countries. Okay? And then you will infer, you will interpolate, you will do something much better than every country individually. I would vote for that. But wouldn't you? I mean, we have one set of people in the government. You change them, they change the policy. So obviously none of them is good. They are biased. So why don't we apply Bayesian inference for that? I would vote for that. I would. Just like the water in Barcelona is now purified by artificial intelligence. And many other things are done like that. Many. I don't know if... But for instance, trucks that you see every day on the road. Okay, Henkel has 400 trucks every day delivering. Do you think that there is a human deciding the road, what is the distribution? No, it's artificial intelligence. Do you think that when you ask things for global or from Deliveroo brings you things at home, it's decided by a human? No. All of these things are optimization problems which are handled by genetic algorithms, by neural networks, by things like that. So of course, artificial intelligence is taking care of our society. So why not politics? No?
Will they take care also of the ethics?
Well, there are people claiming that this should be the next step, no? That ethics itself is artificial. Yeah.
So I think we have to stop because we are
far
behind. I would like to continue. Thank you to you. It was really, really interesting. I did not give the chance to anyone that is connected, whether if they have a question, Roger. There is anybody? No? Sí. So, what should we do? Let me see. We have now this coffee break, which has supposed to start at 11, and it's almost 11:30. But it was not your fault. I think it was my fault and the fault of everyone, because we were just enjoying. So I would suggest to have a shorter coffee break, if it's possible, instead of half an hour, maybe 15 minutes. So everything is prepared outside, and I wait for you back in about, 10, 15 minutes here. Thank you. let's go to continue. I'm sure this presentation now will be as interesting as, or more as the previous one. He's Lluís Montoliu. I have just found out that we start together our PhD here in this institute. Both of us, we start on year 1986. Here, also Gemma, we find out this. So it just was that he was in the 4th floor and I was, Gemma and me, we were in the 3rd floor. So I was very happy to find him again after 30-something years. Well, he did his PhD here under the direction of Professor Pere Puigdomènech and Joan Rigau. And after that, he went for a postdoc in Germany, where he stayed for almost 5 years working. And he has specialized in all kinds of molecular biology technologies. And because of this, he's having to handle with experimental animals to work on his projects. And therefore, he's facing all the ethical issues related to our everyday research. He's additionally in a panel of the European Commission, which is in charge of reviewing the projects that involve the use of human or animal experiments. And therefore, this is why I think he's the most appropriate person to give today this talk. Nowadays, he's, since I don't know how many years already, maybe more than 20, in Madrid. She's working for the National Center of Biotechnology there, where he is doing a high top research. Perhaps he will tell about that on another moment. And well, I think we should start because we are running out of time. He's also in the panel of the ethical issues at CSIC, and he's also part of the CIBER of rare diseases. Thank you very much, Luis, and I am very happy to meet you again. And we are looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you, Pilar. So, good morning. Good morning. It's kind of nice being here 33 years later. So the same seats in the room. That's different people, but the same seats. Okay, we're talking about animal testing, and we're talking about what ethics behind. And before, we had a wonderful talk by José Ignacio, and he was referring to moral and ethics, and I think we should clarify. Remember that the moral is the set of rules, the set of conducts that we agree as a society. We define what is good and what is bad. This is the moral. But sometimes we come across two different issues that we can perceive both are good. It is good to not harm an animal, but it is also good to use an animal to investigate a disease that is hurting us. So what do? Then it comes the ethics. Ethics is the process by which we can solve these dilemmas in which we have different values, in which we have to associate these values, and we have to maximize the benefits and minimize the risk. Let me start by showing you something that really captivated me 12 years ago when I was visiting Houston, one of the hospitals in Houston. This is a poster I would love to see in our hospitals. We don't see this poster in the hospital. This is what I saw in the States, and you will have a hard time to find anything similar in Europe, but that's fundamentally true. This is depicting a guy, a boy, probably with a blood cancer, probably with a leukemia, that says if there is no animal research, there is no cure. And this is really going to your gut. This is really an image that is impacting, that is also telling you directly that we still need to use animals for research. We understand this, but we need to understand that we are not living here in this room. There's many people out there in the street, and they might have different ideas. And I think it's our duty to share what we do with animals, especially when we work from public institutions such as this one, to share what we do and to explain why are we using animals. It is not that we really want to use animals. It is that we need to use animals. Because you probably hear in the radio and in the television, you probably read things that say, well, this animal research is no longer needed. Like artificial intelligence, everything can be reproduced without using animals. Everything can be done, for instance, using cells in culture. And then, of course, if you're not providing additional information, there might be people in the society, people in the street that will say, well, that's where we are, so that's great. We're no longer using animals. And then this guy is telling me that still using mice. Well, this is old-fashioned science. This is vintage science. This is absolutely out of date. He should stop using mice because he can do everything without animals. Well, unfortunately, as you know, this is not true yet. I wish this would be true, but this is not true. And it is not only that we have to say this, but we have to always bear in mind that we have the society is watching us all the time, especially when we're using taxpayer money for doing our research. We need to keep an eye, and we need to say, we need to stand up, do not hide away, do not avoid talking about these sensitive issues. Well, they might be sensitive, but they're serious issues. And people, when they go into the hospital, they want to be treated, and they want to receive the best therapy. And probably they don't know that these therapies, they have been developed using animals. And it is our duty, especially those that, like us, that we work in biomedicine, to tell them that exactly we're still using animals, and we will continue using animals for a while until we come across something that can be substituted. For instance, as Pilar was saying, I'm investigating since more than 25 years one genetic condition, which is one of these rare genetic conditions. It's affecting not many people. It's called albinism, and it's associated with very poor vision. So how do we investigate vision using cells? How do we reproduce the complexity of all these different layers that we have in the, for instance, this is a human retina. Well, you might argue that there is a multi-layer system that we can organize in culture, and we can reproduce pseudo-retinas. Well, we are getting close to it, but we're still far away from a functional connection from all these different layers. Because it's not only that I want to study these photoreceptors, these bipolars, or these ganglional cell layers. It is that I want to study how these cells communicate and how do they function, whether they are transmitting this electrical signal and they're converting this into an image. And we have to admit that we're still not there. We need a complex system. We need an animal. We need something that we cannot reproduce using cells. Often it is also the case, because it's also in the news, that we hear about organoids, or we hear about 3D printed organs. And then many people get very excited about this. And actually, we need to be paying attention to this development. Well, this looks like a heart from a rat. Looks like. It is not a heart from a rat. I mean, they might be reproducing the shape, but there's many cell types that they are forming a given organ, and these all different cell types, they need to be coordinated. And unfortunately, and again, I wish this would be true, unfortunately, we're still far from just programming a 3D printer and just saying, just please print me a heart that I could use and I could replace the beating heart of a given rat. Well, we're not there. So this is still probably science fiction. Probably soon we will be very close, but we're still not there. So we have a problem, and the problem is that, we are experts. We are using, I trust that most of you either directly or indirectly using animals in your research. And for us, it is kind of understandable that we're using small mammals, small rodents like mice. But people, when they say, you're using mice. I mean, they don't look very similar to us, right? They don't look very similar, and people have a hard time to understand why are we using mice and why are we using rats as a way to understand how we function. Well, one solution to just help understanding that we're not that different is maybe just placing these two organisms not as an adult, but when they're developing as an embryo. And here we have a human embryo and we have a mouse embryo. And of course, the mouse embryo has a tail, so it's obvious what is the mouse. But other than that, if you mentally remove your tail from your brain, you will see that the rest of the limbs and the senses, the eyes and the nose and the different vesicles in the brain, etc., everything is pretty much the same. So it is clear that we need to choose different avenues to approach the society to tell why we're using animals in research. Because at the same time, there are people that are really discussing whether we should be using animals. They really don't want to use animals in research. But whenever there is an outbreak, such as Ebola or such as Zika or such as SARS, the next thing they ask is, I want a vaccine. And I want a vaccine tomorrow, okay? But this vaccine, they will have to be developed and validated in different animal models. In some of these cases, using also non-human primates. So, I mean, you cannot get a vaccine that is approved, authorized to be distributed, medically authorized, without the corresponding proof. So we have been using animals over, now it's almost 40 years, and we have been using animals from different points of view. These are all genetically modified animals, what you see for species, mice, non-human primates, pigs, and chicken, and actually particularly mice. And besides this comparison when these mice and the humans, they are as embryos, I like to show that what is underlying behind, what really is telling us why we should be using mice is because we share a lot of genetics, the genes. We can present how similar the mouse and the human genome are. This is my way of presenting this. And you have here the 23 pairs of chromosomes that we have, each one colored in a different color. And then you can find that pieces of all these different chromosomes are scattered throughout the whole mouse genome. Of course, they are not following the same order because the evolution has shuffled all these different fragments. But basically, what it says is that almost for every human gene, we have the corresponding homologous or orthologous mouse gene, and vice versa is true. Of course, the genes that are specific for rodents, specific for mice, and the genes that also they are specific for humans, of course. But for the most of the genes, we have always a counterpart. And this is why we can still use, and this is why rodents, and particularly mice, are still the species that is most used in research everywhere. And this is why we have produced so many animal models, so many mouse models of disease. This is just a variety of different animal models. These are pigment-related disease. I'm working in pigmentation. And you can see that you can reproduce. Even the red hair people, you have red hair mice. This is a red hair mice and have the same mutation in the melanocortin 1 receptor, MC1R. This is what is mutated in people that is red hair. That's exactly the same mutation that is mutated in this mouse. These are the techniques that we have been using over these 40 years. Either we have been adding DNA, or we have been adding these pluripotent stem cells into blastocysts, so we have been exchanging nuclei. This is somatic cell nuclear transfer, the so-called cloning that we learned from Dolly the sheep in February '97. We also can use some reproductive system techniques such as intrasoplasmatic sperm injection. And nowadays we have the CRISPR, which is this genome editing tool. This tool that is virtually making possible all the genetic modifications that you can think of. So basically, remember, we have a nuclease that is cutting in a place dictated by a CRISPR RNA and some other associated RNAs that bring everything together. And this is what we have been using for disrupting and for editing genes. And this is what we, in our case, in our lab, we have been using to study this rare disease. This is the albinism that we study, in which the lack of pigmentation is not what is bothering this boy. What is bothering this boy, it's their very poor vision. These people are legally blind. Legally blind, it means they have less than 10% visual acuity. And this is what we have been studying and investigating. And thanks to these different animal models, we can now validate treatments that may be dangerous, may not be absolutely compatible with the aims, and before giving them to the corresponding patients, we can create animals that reproduce exactly the same mutation that we have in the patient. This is the mice that we call avatar mice. This is the avatar, like the science movie picture. And then here we have small molecules. This is L-DOPA, and here we have drugs that were originally developed to treat a given disease, but can be repositioned, they can be reprogrammed, and can be proposed to be treating other diseases. So there is a bunch of things that we can do with animals. Another thing that we need to understand is that we're living in a society that is fixing us rules. We have rules, and we have to obey these rules. These are laws that the society is not asking our opinion. It's just telling us that we have to obey these rules. And these rules telling us that we should be using animals only when there is no other solution, when there is no other alternative means. We will be developing this in a couple of minutes. But what I want to stress is that we have to reduce the number of animals. And there is a good opportunity to reduce the number of animals thanks to initiatives that go across the world, such as the International Mouse Phenotyping Consortium. And these are initiatives in which different institutions, they are preparing, they are generating thousands of different mouse models for many different diseases, for many different genes. Therefore, before you start your experiment, before you begin preparing your desired mouse, you might as well double check in this consortia, because it might be the case that the mouse that you are planning to produce, it's already been made. And if it's already been made, the best way is asking for this mouse, and asking for this mouse, it means you will not be reproduced, you will not be repeating again the same experiment. And this can be done thanks to repositories such as the one that we are organizing from the CNB in Madrid. This is the European repository. It's called EMMA. EMMA stands for European Mouse Mutant Archive. There is a number of different nodes in Europe. Altogether, we have almost 7,000 mouse lines, different mouse lines. There is one single entry point, so basically researchers are welcome to enter here into the infrafrontier.eu, and they can type in their favorite gene, their favorite mouse models, the disease that they're studying, and if there is a mouse model that is fulfilling the search, then they will be pointed out to Oulu in Finland, or to Athens in Greece, or to Madrid, and then they will receive this corresponding mouse model. Normally these days, as you know, mice are not traveling. What is traveling are frozen embryos or frozen sperm, which is much better in all different senses, including the economic. And then these receiving centers, they should have the tools and they should have the techniques for implanting these embryos, or if they receive sperm, to do an in vitro fertilization and to restore these embryos and eventually get these animals. So this is what is occurring nowadays, and this is what we should not forget. So, because we are all tempted to produce our own animal model. But before we do this, please to spend some time in front of the computer, and it might be the case that there is maybe not exactly, but a more similar model produced somewhere else that may be of help. And maybe it's not necessary for you to create the animal model that you wanted to create. I told you that we have a law, and this is something that we need to be very clear about. We know very well, we know this European directive, 2010-63 European Union, and we know that we have to follow. This directive was transposed to all the different member states. As you know, Spain was not one of the last countries to transpose. We ended up transposing just 1 month in delay, so we should have been okay from the beginning of 2013. Our transposable document in Spain was February the 1st, 2013, but still is okay. There were other countries that took them some extra time. And this is, again, this is a law that we have to obey. Again, I want to stress this because we're not talking about opinions. They are not asking you whether you like or not or don't like this law. Basically, you have to follow. If you disagree with this law, then you have to build a majority and go to the European Parliament and change the law. But at the moment, whether you like it or not, this is exactly what we have to follow. So what does it say, the law? Because that's a lot to be said, and I don't want to bore you with the specifics of the law. I want to highlight the issues that are relevant from the point of view of ethics. So what is an animal? So you might think that everything can be considered an animal and it's protected under this law. Well, that's exactly not true, because the animal is defined by non-life, non-human vertebrate animals, including independently feeding larval forms and fetal forms of mammals as from the last third of their normal development. Well, this is a very precise definition that leaves a good number of species inside, but many other species outside. And as an extra, we have the live cephalopods. Live cephalopods. If we're studying everything with sacrifice with an animal that we have euthanized, this is not an animal procedure. An animal procedure, animal testing, animal experimentation is something that you do to an animal that is alive. And because you have to reduce the harm, you have to reduce the discomfort, you have to reduce the pain. So there is no pain in an animal that is dead. So there is no animal procedure. I'm saying this because often we're getting in the committees applications from colleagues that they're sending us what they do with the animals once they have killed the animal. So I kill the animal, I'm using the liver for this, and I'm using the kidney for this. Well, great for you, but this is not an animal procedure. The animal is not alive anymore, so then this is not under this law. Well, this is kind of a very simple thing, but this is coming often and again and again. So we have now this octopus and the squids that need to be included, and we have, for instance, this, according to the 20 days of gestation that we have in any rodent, mouse and rats. So the first two-thirds, they should not be considered research animals. So if we are using any of these embryos for our research, they will not be considered research animals, but they are inside the mother. And the mother is a research animal. In order to get into these embryos, you have to open the mother, you have to do something with the mother, and then you have an animal procedure. So we have to be careful with this. For instance, now what the law says, and this is what we didn't have before, the last third of the gestation. So these are now animals that they are falling inside this law. This is 14 and a half or 18 and a half. This is immediate before birth. So all these embryos, they are already, they are also part of the experimentation. Drosophila, all the insects, these are not animals. Of course they are animals, but they are not animals according to the law. Okay? So there is nothing that we have to worry about this. Why is this? Well, this is an arbitrary decision. This is the agreement, this is the consensus they reached at the European Parliament. Okay? They might have decided to put Drosophila inside. Well, the line, it was drawn kind of in the animals that they can feel pain. Well, I doubt that they can really assess whether Drosophila can feel pain or not. And you probably remember there was a referendum in Switzerland not so long ago because they were asking whether the lobsters should be killed before putting into the grill, because at the moment they were just opening, cutting in twice, and they were putting them directly into the grill. Okay? This is how you cook lobsters. And then there were people saying, well, they will feel pain, and before we just cook them, probably we should kill them in a humane form. Okay? So this is not as obvious or as easy as you think. Zebrafish embryo, this is not an animal of experimentation because it's still feeding per se, whereas the tadpole or the young trouts and many others, they are animal of experimentation. So the first thing to take into account is what is an animal and what are the animals that are protected under this law. The other thing is, how do we summarize these 30 plus pages of this directive? Well, this is my summary. This is what the directive wants, and this is what the transpose real decree we have in Spain is willing to. We have to create a set of regulations that they are aiming to permit animal experimentation only in registered centers. That means that you need to be having a facility that has been authorized by the authority that has been according to the law. So not everybody can do animal experimentation. You need to do these experiments in a place that has been already registered. Not everybody can do experiments because you need to have the competence and you need to be adequately trained. And you only can achieve this after obtaining the corresponding authorization. And I'm stressing this because you will be amazed to see how the perception of animal experimentation is outside this room, in the street. I'm often in debates with people that are against animal experimentation. I go there, and I realize that they have a severe deficit in information. Most of the people, they think that I'm on a Sunday morning just with having a croissant with my coffee with milk, and I'm thinking on an experiment, and next day, Monday, I reach my center and I start doing the experiment. People think that this is the case. We know that this is not the case, but our duty is to tell the people that there is a process that depending on which autonomous government you're living in Spain, it might take up to 3 or 4 months until you get the corresponding approval, because there's a number of committees that they will have to validate that your argumentation is fine, is robust, is sound, that the experiments that you're proposing cannot be produced without the intervention of animals, that you have been taking into account all these different aspects, the triage that I will review in a minute, etc. So it is very difficult. It's a privilege to use animals in research. And this is something sometimes we fail to transmit. And I think this is very important, because whenever you say and you explain the whole complexity of achieving one of these permissions, people will say, wow, this looks that this is a very difficult thing to achieve. I say, exactly. And this is what the society told us to follow. This is the law, and this is what we're doing at the moment. So remember that in Europe in general, we have at the very least 2 different bodies that take care that we're doing the good thing according to animals. This is what the European directive says. Your experiment, your project needs to be first validated locally. Locally can be your center, can be your institution, etc. And eventually they need to be authorized by the authority, the competent authority. That might change and that might be different depending on the countries. For instance, in France, there is a single authority that is authorizing all animal projects. In Spain, the authority is the autonomous government. So we have 17 authorities. This is a bit more complex. Not only this, but remember that in Spain, sometimes we are more creative and we are innovative, and we innovated the European directive, and we created a third committee. This third committee is not in the directive. Remember that you can always legislate above the directive, not below the directive. You can always put more hurdles to prevent something to occur, and this is exactly what Spain has decided. They created this habilitated organ that is in charge of evaluating the project and is communicating with authority, and then you have basically 3 OKs, you have 3 bodies that they have to take care of your project, and eventually they will be approving or not your project. So this is something that normally it is not understood. People don't know about this. And this is our duty to tell, because if we keep talking about this, we will generate more trust, because we will generate that researchers are not doing what they want, but what they can, according to the law. And this is very different. So this is an example of one of these documents. I'm sure you're familiar with these documents. There are many pages that you have to fill. People is complaining about this, okay? But we just have to follow what is in the legislation. And again, let me stress, if you disagree with this, you have to mobilize your power, and you need to create enough people to change this law. But at the moment, this is what we have to follow, and these are the different parts and the different aspects that we need to take into account. What are we protecting? Well, we're not protecting the researchers. We're protecting the animals. So this is a legislation for animal protection. Basically, we're protecting the animals, and what do we have to regulate? We have to regulate the use of those animals for research, and sometimes we forget about this, and for teaching purposes as well. Before, it was kind of easy to have rats or mice in every single laboratory practicum. Now it's a bit more complicated, because before this can occur, before you can use these animals in one of these practical courses, you need to have an approval, you need to have an authorization. And this is prompted, and this is probably was according to the spirit of the law, this is prompted that the many universities nowadays, that they're using videos, they're using alternative methods, they're not using animals anymore for teaching this anatomy or teaching these aspects, unless it's absolutely necessary. What do we intend to preserve? We intend to preserve animal welfare, which means minimizing any harm, pain, or discomfort caused by the research. And what is behind all this European and also the Spanish and every other member state's legislation is the so-called 3Rs principle. These were originally produced by these 2 researchers, Russell and Birch, in '59. For many years they were forgotten, and then later on, more than 20 years later, these principles were rediscovered and were used. These are the fundamental, the engine, the driving motive behind all these different laws. The 3Rs refers to replacement, reduction, and refinement. So let's talk about them. Replacement. The directive, the legislation, is telling you that you need to be sure that you cannot do your experiment without using animals. So it is not about your will. It's not whether you feel that you would be using or not using animals. If there is a possibility to do your experiment without using animals, you must follow this alternative method. Logically, in biology, most of the experiments we do, there are no alternative methods. But for instance, in toxicology, there are many methods already available. And if you plan to use animals, there will be somebody will tell you there is an approved, authorized, and validated alternative method that you need to use. So you have to check and review what, there are many different sources we will see. And replacement also, it means using the lowest animal, the low complexity animal. This is something also which is not probably paid enough attention. So replacement, this is what really is in our mind when it comes to replacement. Basically, you can use chips or you can use cell cultures, which are, for some of the experiments, they might be okay. And if you don't know which are the alternative methods that are available, well, you just have to go. So the ECBAM or the IPAE, so these are different websites that you have promoted from the European Commission, where you have a list of different alternative methods that you can check. Alternative methods and replacement is also happening in biology. When I started here doing transgenic plants. I was starting as a plant molecular biology, but very soon after finishing my PhD, I moved into mice. So I was doing my first transgenic mice in '89. And at the beginning in the 80s, we used to do this type of experiments. So we took a reporter gene, and we took different pieces of promoter regions and regulatory elements, and we were looking for the element that was reproducing the pattern of the expression of the gene. This is a classical experiment, okay? Well, for most of these experiments, then today we don't have to use animals because we have a lot of genomes that have been sequenced, and we have comparative genomics. So we sit in front of the computer, and in silico, we align our favorite gene, regulatory elements as well, and we can find some evolutionary conserved sequences that probably are depicting the place of functionally relevant elements. I'm not saying that there are other elements, maybe elsewhere, but these are relevant elements. So instead of going blind and doing a number of different constructs and a bunch of different mice, I can save many of these mice by just doing in silico. And also, I can save animals depending on the question that I want to ask. So do I want to validate an Ebola vaccine? Well, probably an Ebola vaccine eventually will have to be tested in a non-human primate. But do I want to understand what a phosphatase is doing in a classical, normal metabolical pathway? Probably I can ask the same question in C. elegans, because C. elegans will have this phosphatase. I don't have to use non-human primates. So, and then you have all these different animals in between. And these are animals that are organized according to the perception people has, the sensitivity people has. The people are very sensible about pets. Dogs can be absolutely indispensable. They can be great for validating gene therapies. For many therapies, when you need a non-rodent model, a dog is normally the one used before you approve, before you move to the phase 1, phase 2 trials, clinical trials with humans. But you don't have to use dogs for everything. Dogs come at the very end of it. The same goes for pigs, mice, chicken, frogs, zebrafish, Drosophila, and C. elegans. So you have to reflect, what is the species? What is the best, lowest species that I can use that still can answer my biological question, the experiment? Reduction, this is often the most confounding factor. Reduction is not about reducing animals. It's about, you have to read the whole phrase. We have to use the minimum number of animals, allowing us to reach significant conclusions, which means that the absolute number doesn't mean anything. Maybe the reduced number is maybe 20 or 200 or 2,000, I don't know. We have to argue, and we have to do the corresponding pilot experiments and the statistical significance. So this is often confounded, and also reduction is what I was telling you before about using consortia, about using animals that have been already made by other people, so to avoid repeating experiments. So let's have a look at a very simple example about this statistical significance. You have two experimental conditions. There is one experimental condition in which the control and the experimental they are only different by 20% of the value. Whereas the second experimental condition, the difference between the control and the experimental, it's above 50% of their value. Of course, when you are using, let's say, 20 animals, the difference between the control and the second experimental condition, it is statistically significant. But it is also statistically significant with 10, and it is also statistically significant with 5, which means here, for the experimental number 2, we need to use 5. But for the first one, if we use 5, we fail to be significant. If we use 10, we fail to be significant. If we use 20, we begin to be statistically significant. So depends on the variation, depend on the variability of your data, you will have to use different number of groups, and that means you have to really calculate sample size. There's many different equations that you can use to calculate the sample size. These are available. There's some of them, they are not even displayed. Basically, you just have to put in the different factors, and basically it will tell you what is the recommended equation. For instance, these are different equations that often are used. We need to take into account, remember, this type 1 and type 2 errors. We need to take into account the probability to reject null hypothesis being samples are equal when this is being correct. So what is the probability that we go wrong when the hypothesis is correct? Well, this is what we call normality P, and the confidence level would be this, the complementary 1 minus this P. The power of your statistical test, it is the type 2 error, is the probability to accept a null hypothesis that you say my samples are different from the control, but this is not the case, this is false. So this is the power. Normally the power, it's about 80%, 80, 90%, so this beta parameter is normally set 0.1, 0.2. So these are the different elements that you need to take into account in order to build a good experimental design. Refinement. People might think, well, there's not much to be done with refinement because we do as much as we can with the animals. Well, we need to use the most advanced, optimized methods and equipments that we can to reduce or alleviate or minimize the harm, the pain. So there will be examples that I will show you immediately about anesthesia, and we need to be awake and we need to be aware of different methods that are being produced. And as soon as these methods are validated and are becoming available, we need to smoothly but definitely progress into using these new methods because they're simply better than the ones we used before. For instance, embryo transfer. We do a lot of embryo transfer. Embryo transfer, if you transfer blastocysts, if you transfer pre-implantation embryos, of course you can do uterine embryo transfer, but this is a surgical process. You need to open the skin, you need to open the muscle layer, you need to get into the genital tract, etc. So there is a lot of pain involved here. This is a standard, this is done until complete anesthesia. But then we have non-surgical embryo transfer. This is, you use a speculum, and you use exactly the same method is used for women when they go into the infertility clinic to deposit the corresponding embryos. So the women, they don't get a hole. They don't get a hole to just deliver the embryo, but it's got, this has been transferred through the vagina. So there are methods that we could use to avoid surgical processes. For instance, anesthesia. For years, we have been using this mixture of ketamine and chilocin. This is an injectable anesthesia, and this is what is being used. But we can do better than this. We can do better than this because we have inhalated anesthesia. We have inhalation anesthesia. We can use isoflurane. Of course, for isoflurane, you have to purchase an equipment. It's a bit expensive, but it is much better for the mouse. It's much better for the mouse because you can retain the mouse into the surgical plane for longer period of times, and the mouse will not suffer. And then you remove the isoflurane, and then the mouse will awake, and then you can use analgesia. Of course, you have to use analgesia post-surgically. This is actually what you're given when you go to a hospital and you get a surgical process yourself. You ask for analgesia. Oh, I feel pain. I want analgesia. Well, they have pain. they need analgesia. So the whole procedure is not only about anesthesia, but anesthesia plus analgesia. Examples of refinement that you might not be aware, but that have changed a lot in the last couple of years. We've been doing cryopreservation for many years, for more than 20 years in my lab. Before, and that means in the late 90s, beginning of the 2000s, to cryopreserve one line, we need to use about 8 to 10 males and as many as 60 to 70 females for 5 to 6 weeks to cryopreserve, to get enough embryos to cryopreserve one line. This is as many mice as we used before. Nowadays, thanks to the extremely refined methods that have been produced, for instance, in Japan, at the University of Kumamoto, we just have to use 2 to 5 males and 2 to 5 females, and we can do this in just one day. In one day, with 4 to 10 animals, we cryopreserve and we finish that line. This is an extraordinary level of refinement. Talking about ethics is talking about perception. So we heard in the previous talk about how do we perceive this artificial intelligence. How do we perceive animal experimentations? Well, for many years, all what our society has been seeing, unfortunately, is not a message from us. What they have seen is this. This is what they received. So these are messages that they really go directly into the gut. So we have pets, we have images out of context, and basically they're telling that we are doing cruelty with the animals. So these are, of course, images that are taken out of context, but I think we have done, we as a scientific community, we have done the wrong path. We have taken the wrong path by just ignoring them. We don't have to ignore, we have to deal with this. And if there is only one channel of information that is reaching the society, no wonder then there will be these animalist parties and there will be people voting to stop this. Who wants to have this dog crying? Who wants to have this poor non-human primate here under the bus? Nobody. Nobody, of course. That's very easy. To be against something, that's probably one of the easiest things in the world. To be in favor of something, it is more difficult because you need arguments. You need to think. And if you're not thinking, our duty is to provide criteria, to provide information. We don't have to tell the society what the decision then must be. Everyone has the freedom to decide whether they like or not like animal experimentation. But at the very least, they need to have the right and the correct information. And this is the deficit we had until very recent. And sometimes this is being promoted from the media. I had a request, I often in fora and in debates with people against and in favor of animal experimentation, and one of the largest newspapers in Spain, some years ago, they contact us, me and a person contrary to the animal experimentation, and they wanted to do an interview, and so we accept the questions, and I think both we used our arguments, and the person who was against was arguing why she felt that she didn't want to use animals, and I think it was a perfect text, but I don't think nobody read this text, because we have a photographer, we had a creative photographer, and this creative photographer decided to take us pictures on a white background like this. He said, I want to use your pictures, I want to intermingle your pictures in the text, and we said, well, let's go for it. Wrong, because what happens is this is what appeared. So this is the picture that eventually was presented. I don't think nobody read this article, because here, this is like we are these two people in a police station, and basically the message is that one of these people is guilty of something. One of these people has done something, a crime, right? So this is already a very demagogic picture. But this was already printed. So these are the risks that happens when you are exposed. But at the end of the day, you just have to smile. There's nothing you can do when this is printed, okay? So the only thing you can do is that you remember exactly the name of the photographer and the journalist and do not have to deal with them anymore. And that explains why, and Spain was following what is happening in the rest of European countries. And in Spain here we have PACMA, this is the Animalist Party, and this Animalist Party has been growing every single election. This is above 300,000 votes. So we have to pay attention to these 300,000 votes. They not get any seat in the parliament just because they are presenting themselves in the entire country. If they would choose only one province, probably they will get into the parliament. So I'm sure sooner or later they will get into the parliament. They are using very simple message. They are, look at the logo, they are against bull courses, they are against the use of bulls. And I'm talking with Silvia Barquero, which is the president of PACMA, and I'm saying, Silvia, I'm with you if you ask my signature to prevent and to stop doing bull courses. But please, don't mix the bull courses with all the animals we use in experimentation. And that's exactly what they do. And look, these simple messages. We should be curing people, not mice. Therefore, we have to investigate with people, not with mice. This is a very simple message. But if you think it carefully, just 2 nanoseconds, they say, well, this is absolutely a disastrous. I mean, this is what was done in the Second World War by the Germans, exactly. So, I mean, investigating with human beings, risking human beings, come on, right? So we have to be very careful with these things. But we have to understand these people. We cannot come away. We have to deal with these people. And there is a philosophy behind. For instance, where do you put the human being in this picture? Well, I'll put this separated. I think, this is my personal opinion, I think human beings have an extra value on the top of the values that definitely they have all these different animals. But what about if you put the human beings at the same level? Of course, if you put the human beings at the same level of the rest of animals, of course you don't want anything to happen to anyone like you, but you don't want anything to happen to a dog. And this is very simplified, the philosophy which is behind most of these groups. They're also very speculative and they're also misleading campaigns. You probably have seen this company that is selling cosmetics. It's a very popular cosmetics, and they are advertising and they are collecting signatures for stopping the use of animals for testing cosmetics. Well, this is absolutely a mistake. This is a lie, because in Europe, since 2004, 2009, 2013, is absolutely forbidden the use of animals. They are collecting signatures to prevent something that is not occurring anymore since many years. Every time I come across one of these shops, I enter. Of course, the person there, they don't care. They say, well, I'm just working here. I don't know what they're putting here. So, but you see, they're using this also as for commercial advertising. So you have to put all these numbers also in relative terms. This is how much it is animals being used in experimentation. This is in purple, as compared to the animals we eat, or the animals that are being captured by pets, let's say by cats, or the animals that are being hunted, or the animals that are being trapped in accidents, and etc. So you see, it is a minority. This is in Europe. And in US, you have this table, for instance, for every animal being tested, one animal, you're eating more than 9,000 chicken. Nobody cares about these 9,000 chicken, okay? So we care about this poor mouse, okay? Now we have 9,000 that we don't see the chicken. We just go to the market and we see the chicken just hanging there and say, well, this is not an animal. This is just protein, right? Well, it is an animal. So, and this is no wonder why a few years ago in 2013, we had this campaign this campaign that was very serious one. Probably was the only one that really managed to have every single researcher together to fight and to realize we are in danger. We are in danger because there is a group that managed to get 1.2 million signatures, and they gained the right to present their motion in front of the European Parliament. They gained this right. This is something any European citizen can do. If you cross the 1 million border, you can go to the European Parliament and you can present your motion. And their motion was the Stop Vivisection. They wanted a complete ban of the directive. They wanted the suppression of animal experimentation. Of course, that was something that really mobilized the scientific community at last, because eventually, 2 years later, they went there to the Parliament, and the proposal got rejected, and the Parliament said it's still premature to ban animal experimentation because still required, but we agree we need to promote alternative methods. And the outcome of this Stop Vivisection was that conference that took place at the end of 2016. I was attending this conference, and this was a conference on non-animal approaches, the way forward. So how can we progress without using animals? It was kind of funny in this conference because there were two different groups of people in favor or against animal experimentation, and we seem to be talking different languages. So it's about convincing about someone else about your religion. So you're not discussing about religion. You're not discussing about beliefs. You're discussing about facts. So this is what happened. But nonetheless, this was prevented, this was not occurring. So what was the reaction from the research community? Well, unfortunately, we were dispersed. There were some individual actions, but often we were non-coordinated, and as a result, again, the society was not receiving adequate information. There were some exceptions. In Switzerland, in 2011, it was the first group that decided to put forward very bravely the responsible use of animals in research. And they created the so-called Basel Declaration. In UK, they appeared a group which is called Understanding Animal Research, which was born to tell and to inform the people about this responsible research. And then we had, at the European level, we had IARA, which is the European Association for Research Animals, in which we create as well they also put forward the idea of using animals. We had different answers from societies. And in Spain, what happens in Spain? Well, in Spain, believe it or not, in 2014, the only response was this group that we create, and I was taking part in this group. And 2015, February, was the first white document where the scientific community dared to explain to the society why we were using animals. We could have done this much earlier, but simply nobody decided, nobody felt we had the need to explain why are we using animals. We took for granted that people would be understanding and people would be approving, and we were wrong. We were wrong. And this was one of the first steps of sort of speaking about the responsible use. There were other actions that were taken. How do you fight animal activists? Well, you should not be using their own tools. I mean, without violence, that's for sure. But you have to be providing reliable information to the society. And in UK, pioneerly, they decided to create the Concordat for the openness of animal research. And this was launched to explain exactly why and when and where and how the animals were used. And this was, you can check, last week were 122 organizations. They have signed for this transparency agreement. This is the Concordat on Openness. This is in UK, and this is being monitored by this organization, Understanding Animal Research. What other solutions have been done? In Germany, for instance, they decided to create a website that is maintained by the government, where they put some images and videos and explain how animals they are useful for research. But this is kind of a passive information. You have to go there. You have to go there to visit and to really get this information. So in Spain, and I know other countries, they are doing something similar. I know the Netherlands and in Portugal, they're also considering, in Austria, they're also considering. So why do we decide to do here in Spain? Well, in Spain, we decided to not reinvent the wheel, and we decided to copy what apparently had been working in the UK. And so we decided to launch in 2016, September 2016, we decided to launch this COSE agreement on the transparency in animal experimentation. And so far, we've been very successful because as today, we have 140 institutions that have signed. So what are the 4 principles behind this transparency? You will see that this is very easy. The 4 points, this is an adaptation of the first British Concordate. We couldn't use the word Concordate because concordato in Spanish means an agreement with the Vatican, which was not exactly what we wanted to put forward. So that's what we had to use the word agreement. So first point is speak about with clarity on when, how, why we use animals in research. Second point, provide adequate information to media and lay public on the conditions in which we do research that require the use of animals and the results we derive. Be proactive, promote initiatives to generate a better knowledge and understanding. So do not expect people just to come to our website and read. Promote open days, invite students from secondary and primary schools, invite people, different groups, patient associations, anyone in the society, lay public, and also be audited. Be audited. So we need someone externally from us that is kind of supervising and is monitoring us whether what we're doing right or not. And this is exactly what we did with EARA, with the European Association for Research Animals. So these are the 140 institutions nowadays. You can look for your favorite institution, and I'm sure it's going to be there. The CSIC is here, the University of Barcelona is here, and there's many institutions. And now we're not campaigning anymore, because now it is their own researchers, they go there and they say, hey, my institution is not there. I want to be there. I want to be transparent. Okay? And so they are the ones that they are contacting their president or their vice president of their university, and they are triggering them to join in. So what type of institutions do we have here? So we have 50 research centers, 33 scientific societies, 31 universities, 12 private companies, 7 research institutions such as CSIC, 3 science parks, including the Barcelona Science Park, 3 patients associations, and 1 hospital. So as you can see, there is a lot of academia, but there is still much work to be done regarding patient associations and regarding hospitals. The same is true in UK. In UK, they have the same problem. It is also bounced towards the academia, and they also having this deficit in these patients and in the hospitals, which means that there is still room for improvement, and this is what we're doing. So you can check about this. There is a web page in which you can check all these different institutions, and the first thing we ask them is to include an institutional declaration. For the first time in the life of these institutions, we asking them to declare they are using animals. We are using animals in this building. We are using animals for this purpose. And the animals we have, they're following the law according to the animal welfare regulations. And we're using this because we are investigating Alzheimer, because we're investigating diabetes. I don't know. But we are providing the information. Years ago, when you got to the annual summary of the centers, they managed to create an annual summary without mentioning that there were like thousands of animals. For instance, at the CMB, we have like 40,000 mice in the background, in the basement, right? And if you go to the previous summaries, none of these mice were mentioned. even though they were used in plenty of different projects. This has to change. We have a variety of different initiatives, and we have to practice this transparency. How do you practice this transparency? This is also parts of the ethics and parts of the duty about different proactivity. For instance, annually, the ministry is publishing the number of animals we use. But basically, it's only publishing the numbers. Now they're adding a couple of graphs, but they are not having a study. They're not convening a press release, and they're not convening the media. So what we do, for instance, is once these numbers are published, we do an analysis, and now we can present to the people, and this is now publicly available, so that we have increased since the previous year, but overall we have a reduction. We are taking into account the first data that we have recorded in the ministry webpage. There is a reduction in 40% of animals. So we can transmit already this information to the people. Where are we using the animals? What's the purpose? Well, the purpose, 84% of the animals, they're used for scientific research projects. And there are other mandatory and there are teaching uses, but the vast majority of the animals are used for research projects. What type of procedures? What's the severity of the procedures? Of course, you can put the headline wherever you want. You can say out of these 800,000 users of animals, 60,000 were of the highest severity. Okay, you can underline this, but you need to say that this is only the 7%. You have to say 88% of the procedures are mild or moderated. So you need to provide this information. What type of institutional declaration you have? These are different examples in English and Spanish, of course. This is a neuroscience center in the Basque Country. This is the CNIO that they elaborated a very good web page. These are different experiences we had visiting different animal facilities. When we launched this, next day we got phone calls from all the TV channels. We want to visit your animal facility. Fair enough. Where can we enter? Wherever you want. How much time can we spend? As much time as you want. What type of questions can we ask? As many questions and whatever question you want. So we enter in our animal facility. I was entering with a journalist with one of these TV channels, national TV channels. And then there was this cameraman, and then he was just recording all the time. And all of a sudden, we were talking. All of a sudden, then he put the camera down and says, there's nothing happening. So the mice, they seem to be having fine. They seem to be having a good time. And then at the very same moment, I knew we had succeeded. Because we normalize a situation. If you not talk about something, if you hide this, you are suggesting you're doing something bad. You're suggesting that there are 3 mice or mice with 2 tails. We don't have these mice, okay? And there is a different set of procedures, and we are using them for different type of experiments, but they are proof. I mean, somebody said, there were some colleagues, they said, well, I cannot talk about my research. People will not understand. Well, this is wrong. You should be talking about everything you do. If you cannot talk about something you do, you probably have to question yourself whether you should be doing this experiment. So everything that is done, particularly from public institutions, should be transparent. So there is a number of different programs that we had that you have in the website that there have been these. We can organize some workshops, a symposia, in which we proactively communicate what is the use of these different animals. We can write articles. This is one article I wrote for the FEPS on transparency in animal. We can go to pubs. This is myself in a pub in Madrid, so without nets. So the people having gin tonics around me, and I'm talking about animal experimentation, okay? So you never know, so who is going to be around? But this is where people are. This is where normal people are. So you go to the real people is. So you don't expect people to come into this institute, maybe. Or you have other experiments as we launched that February. So this is a video we did in collaboration with El País. And she's a patient that we diagnosed. She's a patient with albinism. and her mutation, we have elaborated a given mouse, a gene-edited mouse that has exactly her mutation. So we were introducing her with their corresponding avatar. And that was this moment we were sort of recording in front of this journalist. And you can watch the whole video. It's a 4-minute video, and I think it's worth seeing. Or we can produce, these are cartoons. This is something we have produced with the Rare Disease Initiative. This is recently being launched, and this has some audio. I just killed the audio. But these are other channels, other ways. This is a 2-minute video. So remember that we're living in a video area. So people are in the metro, people are in the bus, they have 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, that's about it. That's how much their attention they will be persisting. So this is the time you have to just deliver some ideas and to maybe eventually reach people that normally will not see this. So I'm just coming to an end. Animal testing is still necessary, must be regulated. It should be transparent, it should be responsible, and it should be following the triage. And remember, as I said at the very beginning, the society is watching us. So we should be transparent to the society. We should be transparent to the people. People are really watching us. And I really wish that sooner than later, that poster I showed you at the very beginning, it would be in our hospitals, because that would be already a good sign that we are normalizing this situation. I want to just give credit to the group of people that we have been working in Spain promoting this transparency. These are the people that currently is forming at the COSTE. And if you have any questions, you can find me in my website or in the social networks or by email. And of course, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Luis. So it's time for questions. Yes, Benjamin.
Okay, thanks very much, Luis, for your talk. It's a pleasure having you here. But, okay, I understand why you did it, but you forgot something. Okay. You talk about using animals to protect humans. We toxicologists, we are using animals to protect animals. We are using experiments to protect ecosystems. We can't use animals to protect pets or farming animals.
Yeah, well, this is part of the.
I understand that, but it's something.
Yeah, probably I missed that, and I thank for reminding me this. Most of the research we do, the aim is towards the human beings, but there is a lot of research going on that favors and benefits the animals themselves as well. And this is also in the directive, by the way.
I understand, no, but they just say, it's a kind of
it's
discussion.
Important, yeah.
It's a kind of discussion, but we are using as little as animal experimentation as we can. But we need some way of animal material to protect animals and ecosystems.
Yep, absolutely, agree. Yes, good. You should come with me in a van.
Anytime, just call me.
So we go together, and we play the show. I'm doing this show in many places, in many very peculiar places. So this is like we're talking about friends, we're talking about believers. So you have to go in the street and talk about this, okay?
It's complicated.
And then you will see people how they will react.
Yeah, bowing, sure.
Other questions? Here.
Okay, so first of all, it was really interesting, thank you. And I would like to know if there is any institution in charge of taking account of all the animals used, not only in academia, but also in private institutions and centers.
Well, I mean, the law makes no distinctions between public or private, so everyone has the obligation to report, and this is when we're talking about the uses of animals in every given country, that takes into account everything, not only the ones used in public institutions, but also in private institutions. What we don't have in Spain, that, for instance, it exists. I believe in Netherlands you have, but in other places and in Belgium they also have this, which is an institution that defends and promotes animal welfare and promotes the alternative methods. This is something, we have a society promoting alternative methods, but we don't have a governmental founded institution that is studying the triage, that is promoting the triage. This is probably something that sooner or later we will have to create. Because, not only this, but because in Brussels, for the European Commission, there are hundreds of millions of euros that are being invested for alternative methods. This is what we have decided as a society. So there is room for applying and for developing these methods. There's plenty of money.
Hello, really interesting talk. I would like to ask, where's the limit, for example, in feeling pain, in cases more controversial, that, for example, C. elegans, that is well known that nowadays.
Of course they feel pain.
They feel pain.
If you punch them, they will say, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a never-ending discussion, and when I remember when the directive was about to be published, there were not only the cephalopods, but the crustaceans were also. Crustaceans were included. And just in the last twist in which they reached a consensus, the crustaceans, they just came off. Crustaceans include, of course, the lobsters and the crabs and all these different things. I mean, how much can you assess that an animal can feel the pain? And the line was drawn regarding the development of the central nervous system. And this is why among the invertebrates, it is assumed that one of the most evolved CNS is the ones of the cephalopods. And it was inferred that from this CNS highly developed, they can feel the pain. And by no means it says that Drosophila doesn't feel a pain. If you just take out a wing, of course it will feel a pain, okay? But there was a line that had to be drawn between the aims of the law and the practicalities of executing the law, right? And this is what we have. So I understand, and this is one of the usual criticisms of this directive, because it's totally arbitrary what is an animal. And we have to admit that this is an arbitrary decision, but that's actually what it is. And this might change in the future. I think if it changes, it would change to have more animals being included. But at the moment, these are the animals we have. So if there are no more questions, thanks again.
Sorry.
You have a question?
Yeah,
you have a question. No, Roger, you have a question. Very good.
Okay, so you have been talking about the law in the European Committee, but what about the other countries? I mean, I've been in US time ago, but somebody told me that rabbits and mice, they are really animals, and they can, I mean, the research in that type of animals are different than in the...
Well, there are different scenarios in different countries. US has a similar, but not exactly the same legislation, and their legislation, which is not a legislation, is a recommendation, but you will see immediately how this recommendation becomes very strong. It is a recommendation published by an institution associated with the NIH. If you want to request money and you want to use animals from a project that is going to be funded by NIH, you have to follow these recommendations. There's no way out. No way. So it is somehow, it's even more extreme than what we have here. But this is only for NIH-funded research. Everything else, there is an animal act. There is an animal act in the US in which some species, they are not really spelled out, they are not really mentioned, such as mice. Okay? And therefore, you may think that at the private level, within some, with private money, with your own money, you can do things that, as long as you don't request funding from NIH, you can do these experiments without much of a supervision, right? So they don't have the same directive which is inclusive as we have here. And the other countries that they're following either European model or the US model. Israel, for instance, is using the US model. Most of the South American countries, they're just beginning to pass their own laws. They didn't have laws. They were operating under common sense. By the way, we were operating under common sense until very recent. We had 2013, we had 2005, the previous law, and then before we had 1986. 1986 was the first directive we had. So people might say, what happens before 1986? Well, common sense. There was nothing written. So, I mean, we might remember what we did with animals when we were at university, some of us, that we were in the university in the early 80s, okay? So these are things that are not happening, fortunately, nowadays, okay? So we have evolved. We don't have a common ground. For instance, there are consequences. There is not a single paper on non-human primate research that is involving proofs of concepts without not touching directly into severe disease affecting human beings that can be published in Europe. So most of the papers that are on non-human primates, they are published in China, in US, in Japan, or in Korea. You will hardly see a paper from European. It's very difficult. Here you have to really deal. It's not that you are proving a concept. You really have to use these animals for investigating a severe disease that is affecting both humans or the animals, as Benjamin was saying. So every regulation has consequences. We're kind of losing track with the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Luis. I think we are running out of time. Okay. So before introducing next speaker, I want to thank the Food Smartphone project to give us the opportunity to make this workshop, and of course the European community, because this project is an ITN from the European community. Okay. So next speaker is Peter Moons from Belgium. He obtained his PhD in bioscience engineering from the University of Leuven in 2009. And after that, he made a postdoc also in this university in lines such as genetics and microbiology. So after all, Peter joined Sanico NV, that is a pharmaceutical company. It was in 2010 where he worked as a scientist in the QC department. In 2011, he joined the International Lab of Medical Microbiology at the University of Antwerp, where he managed and was scientifically involved in several academia and industry consortia focused on the development of rapid diagnosis for infectious diseases, and participated in a clinical trial network aimed at combating antimicrobial resistance. Although he is still part-time affiliated to this university with several research lines focused on infectious diseases diagnostics. In 2018, he was appointed the manager of Biobank of Antwerp, which was established at that time in response to the new Belgian Biobank legislation, and he collaborates between the University of Antwerp and the university and the hospital from Antwerp also. There, he and his team currently face the challenge of integrating the existing collections from both institutions, the university and the hospital, aiming to create a high-quality biobank that serves the needs of both academia and industry. So, welcome. And
thank you, Roger. And also thanks for the introduction. So I think I can summarize that I've lived both sides of the world. I'm still part of the research. I'm still working in academia, 20% as a research in the University of Antwerp. But now I'm also on the other side, so as a manager of the Biobank Antwerp. And I'm also a member of the ethics committee in Antwerp. So I see a lot of projects that make use of human material or make use of humans. And that's why I'm invited here to give this presentation. Because after the talk of Louis, who talked about the use of animals, we're still actually using humans, a lot of humans actually, in research. And of course, this is very well regulated, and this is also what I'm going to talk about. Good, thanks. So briefly, I'm not going to give you a complete picture of the use of human material today. I can only give you some concepts related to this use of human material for research. So I'm give you parts of the puzzle and give you also some pointers or give you some directions to where you can find more information. And I said I see a lot of young researchers that come to me both as manager of the Biobank or as member of the ethics committee, and they say, okay, I'm going to do this marvelous research, I'm going to solve this great medical problem, and I need human material. And then I'm like, okay, and what exactly are you going to do? And then they're like, yeah, I don't know exactly yet. And then we have to take into account that, of course, all this human material is very valuable. People are often very, very sick, have even died sometimes, and they provide this material. So this material is valuable. We have to recognize that. So the first thing I'm always asked them, really work on your research question. You have to know very well upfront before you start what you're going to do with this material, because often you cannot go back in time and rectify things. Once you started your certain research trajectory, you cannot shift that easily. If you failed to take a certain sample, patients are gone, and you might not be able to answer that specific part of the research question. So to me, this is an important message to young researchers. Human body material. We're actually doing a lot of tests still on live humans, clinical trials. So people are usually not, well, they're aware that we're doing clinical trials, but indeed we're still experimenting on live humans. But we're also using in our experiments a lot of human body material, and that can be various things. So it can really be tissues. So in this case, this lung from a smoker, probably because it's lung cancer. So that's one type of material. We can have stool samples, urine, blood. So these are things that are excreted by the body. So it doesn't necessarily need to be part of the body itself. But basically, what you need to think about as a researcher is, what are you going to do with the samples? Sometimes, for example, you need both a tumor tissue and you want to correlate that, for example, with the gut microbiome. So then you might also need the stool sample. But then again, your next question, research question might be, okay, I want to have these biomarkers. So you need perhaps blood or urine, depending, because these are easier samples to perform your research on. And basically, you're not interested in the samples themselves, but you're looking into these molecules. Might be proteins, might be DNA, might be small molecules. Those are the things you're actually looking for. And those are also the things that you should take into account when you're establishing your research question. Because then I'm coming to the next thing that I often ask these young researchers: what do you need? And they say, I need blood. And then I'm like, yeah, okay. What type of blood do you need? What do you want to do with the blood? And that comes back to these molecules. Because what you see here is actually quite a number of tubes where you can collect your blood in. And depending on the type of tube that you use, that really decides the type of research that you can do. Because, for example, you might be interested in collecting plasma. So that's these green tubes here. But if you use heparin, which binds this antithrombin, that is known to inhibit PCR reactions. So if you collect blood in heparin tubes, you can forget about all these DNA analysis. The same lithium, EDTA, these are known to impact on cell viability. So if you want to do some experiments using live cells, then these tubes are out of the question. So these are all things that you have to consider when you select your human material. And this can really ruin research. And then the next question is, to these young researchers, what are you going to do? Are you actually going to do this experiment? Because all young researchers think they need lots of patients. They come to me and they say, I need 500 cases and 500 controls. And then I'm like, okay, so you're going to do this primary study. You want to collect these samples, so you need 500 or 500 cases and 500 controls, so 1,000 patients. So that takes actually quite a lot of time and resources. So who's going to collect, who's going to address those patients, who's going to collect those samples? And in a lot of cases, these students didn't think about it. It's just like, okay, somebody in the hospital will do that. And who's going to fund that? Yeah, probably my PI is going to fund that. But the advantage, of course, is you have full control. You can really decide, given the discussion, the fit for purpose discussion, you have full control about the sample preparation, the pre-processing. You know which tubes can be used. You can decide on that. You can decide, okay, you want to centrifuge that at 4 degrees within 10 minutes of obtaining the sample, because then you preserve your biomarker of interest. So of course that's a big asset of doing this primary collection. But in a lot of cases, it actually comes down to the PhD student activating doctors in the hospital. So doctors, they're all enthusiastic when you address them. It's like, okay, it's great research, I want to participate. Yes, I have 500 patients a year with that specific disease. But when it comes to gathering samples, when it comes to collecting patients, to provide them information, they usually are happy to do that in the first 2 weeks, and then it gradually diminishes. When we're talking primary use, I included this perseverance. So you might spend the first 3 years of your PhD just chasing patients, trying to get those samples in, before you can actually start doing any analysis that you want to do. The alternative is secondary use. You're actually building your research on what somebody else already collected. The advantage is it's often faster and cheaper. Somebody spent the money, spent the time, did all the hard work. Of course, the problem is you didn't have control, or you don't have control. You have to work with the sample that is there. And I'm going to just go through a couple of these sources of human material, just for your reference, so that you know where you can find those, and also to give you some pointers related to how easy it is to get those samples and their value. So you have the diagnostic labs, you have the tissue banks, biobanks, and clinical trials. So all of these can be really sources of human material. Let's start with the diagnostic lab. So this is really the clinical biology lab, the pathology lab. So basically, a sick patient comes to the hospital, a sample is taken for diagnosis, and part of that sample usually remains. So it's in that lab, can be a blood sample, and it usually needs to be available for the diagnosis. Might be that a follow-up diagnosis is needed. In clinical biology lab, that's usually days, so they store the sample for a day or 3 before they discard it. In pathology labs, that's, well, at least in Belgium, the law says it's 30 years that the sample needs to be kept. Of course, you can chip off small pieces of that sample for research purposes if the pathologist agrees to do so. But of course, you don't have any impact on the sample processing conditions. They really follow their own procedures, and you can only hope to be able to use some of these samples. What we often see still is that these samples are available and students know, or the PI knows, the doctor in the hospital, and they just make an arrangement and they say, okay, I need some samples. PhD student goes to the hospital, takes some of these samples away, takes them to the lab, and does the research. It's actually, of course, no longer acceptable, but we still see that practice actually going on a lot throughout hospitals throughout Europe. A different source of human material is actually therapeutics. So basically, these are the tissue banks, and there is a very nice legal framework. I'm not going to go into the details of the legal framework, but I listed it so you can have a look. But basically, the legislation is very strict because these materials normally are intended to go back into humans. So this is really therapeutic use. So you can imagine that those samples are being collected with high precision according to very specific procedures where you have no say whatsoever. There's some testing going on, there's quality assurance going on. Also, the storage of these things is according to very strict quality regulations. But then again, you really have no say in that process whatsoever. And of course, that primary use is very important because that saves lives. So your research or whatever goal you might think you have for that sample is of secondary importance. So often these samples are not readily available or are only available when the quality diminishes. So that's something that you have to take into account. And then I added this. So I don't know how it's in Spain. In Belgium, we're all donors. I'm not sure that's the case in Spain. No. So whatever reason, but donation is crucial and really saves lives. So that's why I added this. Another source of human material, clinical trials. Very, very strictly regulated throughout Europe, European legislation that covers these clinical trials. At the moment, that's still the directive of 2001, and it should have been replaced by the clinical trials regulation since 2014, but there's a slight delay because of the clinical trials information system, which is normally due end 2019, which is nearing. And the current status, I've checked, I think 2 days ago, on the website. The current status is that it's indeed should be very near, and they validated some aspects. So this should really change the clinical trial regulation in Europe, should make it more harmonized. So it's basically pharma lobbying, we have to be honest here, but it should make it easier for pharma to run trials in various countries throughout Europe, which probably is an asset because, well, we all know Europe is one, but also divided. The problem is, of course, a lot of these trials are driven by pharma, and pharma basically decides what happens to the samples, and usually you never see those samples again, especially not as an academic researcher. And they do very solid research on these samples themselves, so I'm not saying anything, I don't have anything against pharma, but usually those samples are not available to young PhD students unless you have these academia industry trials, like for example via the Innovative Medicine Initiative. And I've actually participated in some of these IMI funded trials, and they're definitely worth joining. They first of all bring decent money also for academic research, but you really have a say also into the research, so worth looking into. And then last but not least, the biobanks. There is no European legislation related to biobanks, so that's a big drawback. That means that basically every country has its own legislation, if they already have legislation. And that basically also means that in a lot of cases, it's just researchers that establish collections. There's no such thing as a national biobank or some national biobanks. Well, they're often called biobanks, but in most cases they're just collections of samples owned by investigators or groups of investigators. The advantage is there's very large collections available, very valuable collections available, often also with multiple samples. Might be case control, might be consecutive samples of the same patient coupled to specific disease, often multiple samples of the same patients of various areas of the body, so you can really link, for example, or search for certain markers within multiple of these samples and then link those together. A drawback is often that these samples are owned by a specific principal investigator, and that is often not easy to get those samples out of these collections, because that principal investigator always has some idea of what he wants to do with the samples. So you really want to aim for collaborations here. Usually it's easier to get those samples out of the collection if they also see some benefit, and that's of course since they invested a lot of time and money in getting these collections up and running. What we do have is BBMRI ERIC. So that's one of these European research infrastructures. So everybody knows CERN, but this is the research infrastructure for biobanks. So although there's no European legislation, there's this European biobank infrastructure that basically works in the same way as the collections of the the animals, basically. So you have all these national nodes that together form this biobank infrastructure. And although they took off slowly, they now have established some very interesting resources. For example, this sample negotiator, so you can really go to their website and then say, okay, I need a specific type of sample. And then it automatically searches for where these samples are positioned within the national nodes. So it checks all of these countries. And a node is not necessarily one biobank. So for example, in Belgium, the Belgian node consists of, I think at the moment, 17 biobanks. So these represent actually a significant amount of potential resources. So it automatically reaches out to all of these nodes, identifies the samples that you require, and then you can, well, the sample locator does that, and then you can really reach out to these researchers as a group via the tool to try and obtain those samples. So in that regard, if they continue to grow, the aim is to really have this large European research infrastructure, which has a very, well, should have a very nice, massive collection of potential samples, very well annotated, so they're also looking to specific data that are coupled to these samples. So should be a very valuable resource for young research in the future. What they also have, if you need that, is support related to ethics and legal questions, especially also if, since the legislation differs quite a lot from country to country, so they can also help with those things. So, source of human material. The main question, I think, is here, fit for purpose. So all of these were collected with a different purpose in mind. So you really have to be careful that when you want to use those samples, that that these really fit or address or help you address your research questions. And if not, the only alternative might indeed be the prospective collections and basically lose the 2 or 3 years of your PhD. So that's a brief introduction of what the samples are, what is important related to the samples. But then, okay, you have come up with your brilliant research idea. You have identified the samples or the route to your samples that you want to use. And then you come to your next hurdle. Well, researchers like to call it a hurdle. It's the ethics committee. So this is a group of wise people that really look into your proposal. So you really have to submit a significant amount of documentation that helps this group of people, which consists of very specific profiles. So you have people with medical expertise, often there's people with legal expertise. For example, I'm there now with biobank expertise in the ethics committee. So you have a number of these so-called expert people that really look into your file. And your file consists of your protocol, consists of your documentation, contains all information that you, for example, provide to the patient. And they investigate, well, they look into the scientific soundness of your proposal, so that's one thing. But mainly they check whether your file or your proposal is according to the ethical principles and according to national and international laws. And one of the first things, or one of the things they check very carefully, is this informed consent form. And it's really standardized what type of information needs to be in that informed consent form. And one of the first things that need to be in there is the information that you provide to the patient. So you come in a hospital or you come in a primary care facility, you have a patient before you, and you start explaining the study, and you also give him some documentation that he can read carefully. and he's usually allowed to ask questions. So the aim is for the patient to really, or the volunteer to really understand what the research is all about. But that also means it needs to be written in the language of the patient. So if you have a trial in 12 countries, you need a very good translation of the document. And if you have children involved, they also, of course, don't understand the language that is used for adults. So you really need specific information forms for children. And what we see, especially for these young children, is that, for example, often pictures or pictograms are used to bring that information to these young children. So the first thing they need to understand is, of course, what are your intentions? What is the purpose of the investigation? Why are they participating in your research? And that's often something that is not that difficult to explain, although the language or the scientific language should be avoided in this case. Important is the treatment, absence of treatment, or so in some cases you cannot give the standard treatment, and that of course is a risk. So the ethics committee then needs to decide, okay, is the risk, or does the risk outweigh the advantages of, for example, an alternative treatment that you want to provide, or an alternative strategy that you want to provide to the patient. So risks also bring insurance, and can be very small risks. Even obtaining blood from a patient is a small risk. Usually it's only a bruise, but risks can be relatively significant for certain trials. And that's why the ethics committee will also look into insurance. Normally you need a no-fault insurance for all of these investigations. Of course, expectations. What do you expect from the patient? If you only need a sample of blood, that's easy. If they also need to fill like a questionnaire of 30 pages, that will take them 2 hours. They need to know upfront. So you really need to clearly list what you expect from the patient, but also what the patient will get out of it. And in most cases, there's no direct benefit to the patient. It's basically to progress the scientific field, and perhaps in, let's say, 20 years, there might be some solution for that specific rare disease that the patient is currently facing, but he will not personally benefit, or she, from that solution that you're putting, you're making the first steps now. What can be another advantage, of course, if somebody has to spend 2 hours to fill a questionnaire, it is acceptable to compensate them for their time. What is not acceptable is that you buy the samples. So it's a thin line sometimes. So one thing that we once did ourselves in Antwerp, the patient, we required about 1 hour or 30 minutes of time from the patient, and we provided them with 1 or 2 lottery tickets. So they had a chance of, let's say, €1,000 or a couple of million euros. Whether they gained something out of that, of course, we don't know. But it's a small compensation for their time. We didn't really pay them for the samples because that's, of course, not acceptable. Confidentiality of the data, and I'll come back to that because that's, of course, becoming more and more important. But also the right to evaluate the data. So if you capture data from the patient, you have to give them the opportunity to look into these data and to say, okay, this and this is correct, but this might not be correct, and you need to change this into something else. And then, of course, voluntarity of the participation and the right of withdrawal. So they're volunteering. You can only be happy that they participate, but they can step out at any moment without consequences to them. So it's not that the doctor can stop treating them. They can just withdraw. They don't have they don't even have to give you a good reason or any reason whatsoever for that. So that basically was informed consent. There is another option that exists. So informed consent is basically opt-in. You ask permission from the patient, and he or she agrees to participate in your study. The alternative is opt-out. It doesn't exist in all countries, and I'm not sure it exists in Spain. It does exist in Belgium. So basically, well, in Belgium it's related to organ donation mainly. So in Belgium, they're all organ donors. Same here? Okay, thanks. But if you're unwilling to donate organs, you have to go to a specific, well, either website or to the city hall and to register as not being willing to provide organs. And usually in Belgium, once you die, they still ask your family whether they can use your organs or not. They're actually not obliged. And they only don't do that in case you actively, because that's an alternative, you can also actively say, okay, I want to be an organ donor, and then they don't ask the family. What we do have in Belgium as well, and that's probably the same in other countries, so the presumed consent also works for the diagnostic samples. So basically, if you come in a Belgian hospital, you get these small leaflets that nobody reads, but that contains actually some information. And one of the things it states is that after the sample was used for diagnostic purposes, that they can use the same sample or the leftover material for research purposes. Unless you say, okay, I don't want this, and then you have to write to the director of the hospital. So that's basically these things make it in a way easier for researchers or for doctors to obtain these materials. But of course, it's kind of a struggle also compared to, well, and especially related to the use of the clinical data, because you can say, okay, the first patient, he is dead, but this one, he just came to the hospital, and okay, he had the opportunity to say no, but to what extent is that actively giving you the permission for the use of these samples, and also for the use of the data that are linked to these samples. And then I come to another important topic, and that's of course the data. The value of clinical samples lies in the data. Most researchers, you can have blood, but if the blood is not coupled to a specific disease type, if it's not coupled to whether the patient was a smoker or a non-smoker, it's often not possible for you as a researcher to address the questions that you're looking for. And you have multiple types of clinical data, and I just listed a couple, and you have all the data generated in the diagnostic lab of or coming from the electronic patient file. What you also have is the personal data. And if I say personal data, then you say, anybody? It's a 4-letter word. Begins with a G. Indeed, the monster of GDPR. So basically, people are really afraid of the GDPR because you need a legal basis for processing all the data. So that kind of, well, people have the impression that that really shifts the way they can handle data, and in most cases that's actually not really true. There were privacy laws in most countries, and in most countries they were almost as strict as the GDPR is now. So for example, first this perhaps. I've been talking about informed consent. If people think GDPR, they think consent. That's the first thing that comes to mind, those little checkboxes that you have to tick on your phone every 20 seconds nowadays. So informed consent is basically protecting ethics. So that's an ethical document that helps the ethical committee to revise, to make sure that whatever you're doing is in line with the ethical and legal principles. Consent, as it's defined in GDPR, is protecting privacy. So you have to, it's 2 times consent, but people tend to mix those, and people or researchers like to think that, okay, I've put 2 sentences in my informed consent form that I can use the data for research, that is sufficient, and that also giving consent for the GDPR related issues. But that's often not the case. Well, it can be for the primary research purpose, but then if you shift your research, you didn't ask permission for that specific research, or if you come up with a secondary line, you cannot use the sample for that secondary line unless you actively ask consent from that patient again. So in that sense, that would be very difficult to work with, and that's why consent, as it's defined by the GDPR, and the definition is labeled here, have freely given specific, informed, and unambiguous indication of the data subject to wishes, by which he or she, by statements or by clear affirmative action, signifies agreement of the processing of personal data relating to him or her. So this is basically consent. This is the checkbox thing. But of course, freely given. So for example, clinical trials, you're there in a hospital, you have cancer, your only treatment is this new drug that is now in this clinical trial. To what extent can you still freely give your information? Can you still freely give permission for the processing of the data? Answer is you cannot. There's pressure from the situation. So consent as a legal basis to perform trials or to perform research is often not the best legal basis. And there's 5 others, and if you read those 5 sentences, you see, for example, you need the data, or you need to process the data to save somebody's life. And for example, for a clinical trial, that is an acceptable reason. So there's better legal basis than consent, especially for research, and that also allow us or give us more flexibility towards secondary use of the data. So for example, you shift your research line a bit, but you still want to use the same samples. You can probably find another legal basis that gives you the right to use the samples also for that purpose. And for example, there's the GDPR that allows the use of data outside the original scope if they pass a certain compatibility test. So if you explained the type of research to the patient, and the new line of research is really in line with the old one, then you can say, okay, it's compatible enough for the use of the data, or to be able to process the data also for that new research purpose. And we used that recently in Belgium for the presumed consent for the diagnostic route. So that little information leaflet that they got in the beginning of the hospital, for example, was one of the things that was thought, okay, this gives enough information to the patient, and together with national legislation, told us, okay, it's acceptable to still use this route. There's also exceptions for research. So research is often not considered incompatible with the primary goal. So although the primary goal might be very, very different, a secondary use for research purposes is usually acceptable and can be defended, especially if you link that to one of the other legal bases. So that means altogether that this active consent, this checking the box for GDPR is probably, in most cases, not a requirement, and that the use of material, the coupling of the personal data and the processing of the personal data coupled to this material is probably, in most cases, still acceptable also under GDPR. I'm stuck. Yep, that's the next one. Yep, thanks. Nope, not yet.
Maybe have disconnected, maybe look at the side, but the list is still on.
Should be green. Yeah, I'll say when. I'm on this slide. That's okay. So okay, after the GDPR thing. So I already briefly touched on the importance of the data. So basically, you want all these patient identifiers or the clinical data of your patient to be able to answer specific research questions that you have in your research work. But then we have another concept, because you want information from the patient, but what is not acceptable is that you know actually who the patient is. And then we come to this concept of, well, it's basically, it's a two-way street. It's traceability. So you want to be able to trace back to the patient, but you also want to somehow make the patient, well, anonymous or pseudonymous. So if you look at this guy, as a researcher, you no longer know who this person is, so he's de-identified for you. But you can still use a lot of the information or all of the relevant information for your specific research. Then, yeah. So quickly about the difference between pseudonymization and anonymization, and both are defined by the GDPR. And basically, the pseudonymization is you put a key on the subject. So you de-identify, you make a code that de-identifies the patient for the researcher. You basically make a list of the codes and link it to the names, and that list is put in a secure location. So the link is still there, but cannot be seen by the researcher. And that's the difference between pseudonymization and anonymization, because there you really break the link, so you can no longer go back to the patient. And then if you, that's the key, press again. You can no longer go back to the patient, but actually the process of anonymization itself is really difficult nowadays, because you shouldn't be able, you have to remove all of the data that are linked to the patient that enable you to re-identify the patient. And for example, if you have this patient with a very rare disease, where there's only 4 in the world, and you know which hospital that person was treated in, you probably know which person it is. So related to research, anonymization is probably more and more becoming a dead end, and pseudonymization is probably the way forward. And especially in clinical trials, it's already embedded in good clinical practice. So in that case, it's already obligatory. And in clinical trials, anonymization is difficult anyhow, since its impact on the scientific usability of the data. In Belgium, and that's not always the case in other countries, but pseudonymization, according to the biobank legislation, is obliged. We can no longer anonymize the samples unless with an explicit permission of the patient, and then together with the physician manager. And as an alternative, we can still go to the ethics committee and they can say, okay, it's acceptable. Oh, sorry. One back if you want. But then practically, and we see a lot of people struggle with this still. Who's responsible for the description key? So I don't know who of you is using human material at the moment. Only you? So none of the students? So who actually, talking to you now, so who's keeping the decryption key?
It's me, I guess.
Yeah. So normally it's
not anyone else in the room has access to this.
Okay. So that's how it should be. So he's the best student in the class, of course. But we often see is that, okay, it's normally the principal investigator that is responsible for this key, but that the key is actually handed over to the PhD students, and that's actually also the PhD students that are going to look into the medical files of the patients, which normally legally is not an acceptable way of working. And also, well, and that's probably the same here, the practical organization is really on the level of the individual labs. So it's not that there's like an institutional filing system where these keys can be kept safe. Yeah, that really puts some safety issues on the availability of these data. Sometimes it's just a file somewhere in the well, either on a non-secured computer, or it's even lingering around, or is somewhere stored. But then the PhD student leaves, and nobody still knows where that paper is. Or so these are things that we're still facing, and I guess not only in Belgium. So these are things that, if not taken care of in the labs that you're working in, is probably something that you want to look into and bring that up to the principal investigator. I added this in, genetic data. I was talking about pseudonymization linked to genetic data. That's basically a no-go. The amount of information that can be derived from a genome sequence is already huge and is only increasing. And I borrowed this slide actually from a colleague that well, we shared a talk recently, and he was a genealogist, and he said, yeah, the people had this under the Christmas tree. It was a family of 4. And then at a certain moment, the mother said, yeah, perhaps this isn't the best idea. So people don't realize what data is attached to these things. But at the moment, it's still limited. But in the near future, or very near future, the amount of data that you can mine from this is potentially huge. And especially if you go with companies like this, that information is spread relatively freely, can be sold. They actually sell this information. And you have to be aware that given a DNA sequence or a genome, you only need 1 in 6 in the world to be able to pinpoint every individual. So you can go back a number of generations. So the amount of information that you give away, not only for yourself, but also for your aunties and your grandfather and whoever is within the first 6 generations, it's actually huge. And people don't realize that, so the importance of data, so GDPR is in a way there to protect your privacy. And people give their consent sometimes, or and there's another legal basis to process these data, but people don't always realize how freely they give away their data, and that's definitely a risk. Yeah, sorry. One back if you want. So traceability, I told you it works in two directions. And then I come to this concept of incidental findings. So as a researcher, at a certain moment, you might find something that is of importance to the patient. And then if you go to the next one. So basically, what is that? So previously undiagnosed medical or psychiatric conditions that are discovered unintentionally. And we see that a lot with medical imaging. And from personal experience, my father-in-law had this incidentaloma. So he fell from his boat. He was working that. The boat was unfortunately out of the water. It dropped down 4 meters. They took a scan of his body, and apart from the 7 fractures, they also found this lung tumor. In a way, he was lucky at that point because they could remove the tumor. But that is an incidental finding of value to the patient, so should be communicated back to the patient. Now, in this case, it was still as part of the medical examination. But if you, as a researcher, find information that might be of relevance to the patient, of course, the first step is to really reach out to the principal investigator to discuss it. And then usually you go back to some medical doctor, might be the physician manager of the biobank, for example, might be the doctor that treated the patient as part of the clinical trial. So you trace back that route to the patient or to the treating physician so that he can communicate this incidental findings to the patient. And that's also the case with genetic testing. But there we have the concept of risk. So in some cases it's very easy. You have gene X and you have a very high chance of getting a specific disease. For example, if you have BRCA, the BRCA gene, you have a high probability of breast cancer. So the risk level is high. I think that's something that needs to be communicated to the patient. But of course, a lot of these diseases are multifactorial, where you have like a 30% chance or increased risk of having specific disease, or and then it becomes questionable to what extent do you want to bring that information back to the patient, and also, of course, to what extent does a patient want to know? Because if you have a very high chance, then the medical need, the medical risk is high enough to say, okay, we have to do this. If it's only a limited amount of chance, then you might worry your patient. And so it's a difficult situation. And for example, in the Belgian biobank legislations, we have a number of times where the patient and the doctor overrule each other. The patient can say, no, I don't want to know. And then the physician can still say, okay, it's that urgent, you need to know. So this is something that is a difficult area at the moment. And the question is also, is it medically actionable? With the example earlier of the BRCA1 gene and breast cancer, we all know Angelina Jolie, and she removed or had her breasts removed. So that's in a way medically actionable. In a lot of cases, if you have a higher chance on a heart attack, okay, you can change your lifestyle a bit, but it's less obvious that that's medically actionable. Oh, sorry. And then that also comes back to the issue that the donor has the right to know, but then the question is, how do we bring that information to the patient? For the primary study, that's usually still relatively easy. You brought initial information to the patient, but if you have secondary research lines building on that first line, how do you transfer that additional information to the patient. At the moment, I don't think people are doing that a lot. In clinical trials, the new regulation that, well, the aim is to make the clinical trials open source also to the patients, with the exception of some data, for example, the personal data. So there is some kind of portal, but for the academic studies, in most cases, those data are just part of the research and are not brought back to the patient. And that's also not that easy. Clinical trial-wise, it's the European, it's the EMA and medical agency that brings it to the patient as a whole. If each institution has to organize that on an institution level, that's probably too costly to develop. But that's another challenge for the future. And that brings me to the end and perhaps some conclusions. So there's a lot of sources of samples. If you have a research plan, you probably find the material. The GDPR is probably not stopping us or blocking us as much as we think it does. Pseudonymization is key. Forget anonymization, it will not work in the future. And of course, the link to the donors. I think if these are the 4 key messages that I provided you today, I'm happy. Thank you. Any burning questions?
So thank you very much, Peter. So it's time for questions. If you have some questions, now it's time for do it. So no questions? Julian.
Nice presentation. I would like to ask, for example, how is the case in fertility treatments where the donors receive, I don't know, an economic compensation for giving her egg cells? In that case, how it works with private companies and all that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's actually a good question. I think about it before. And we have we basically have a company in Belgium that does exactly that. So they store material as a commercial entity, and they indeed reimburse the people that provide the material. But I have to admit, I'm not sure how that fits with the national legislation at the moment. And the difficulty lies at the moment in the fact that the Belgian legislation changed recently, about 1 year ago, and became a lot more strict. And I don't think that's still acceptable in Belgium.
Working? Yeah. So my question is, when for a secondary use, that you go to a biobank and to get some samples from a patient, who is the owner of that samples? Is the biobank? Is the patient? Who is the real owner?
Well, depends mainly on the agreements. It's usually no longer the patient, although people like to think that. And sometimes we still say, okay, the sample is in a way owned by the patient, and if they would ask to destroy the sample, you still should. So in that case, it is owned by the patient. But it's not that the patient has any say about, well, they had a say about the use of the sample, but it's not that you have to go back to the patient each time for secondary use of the sample. So in a way, you have the agreement with the patient, and in that case, the ownership depends a bit on the arrangements that you have between the investigator that obtained the sample from the patient and, for example, the biobank. And what we, as a Biobank Antwerpen, what we say, for example, is, okay, we don't own the sample, we store this, well, we archive the sample and the data for the principal investigator, but they can also not themselves hand out the sample without permission from the biobank. So it's a two-way street, it's collaboration in a way between the two, and the agreements are really made between the biobank and the principal investigators on what conditions samples can be handed out to other research, for example, or even for their own research.
So because then if I need some samples and then some of them, I mean, I don't use it, what I have to do with that samples? I have to return to the biobank or I have to destroy it? Probably depends of the value of the samples, no? Mainly?
True. Well, you have the value of the sample, but also the processing steps. So what we as a biobank often do is when the sample comes in, we divide it in multiple aliquots or in multiple slices of the same material, and we store those separately, and we only hand out the amount of material that is really required for that specific research. So the route that the sample directly goes to the researchers, that he processes the sample, stores it in a local -80 freezer, and then is able to reuse it time and time again. That is something that we want to get rid of actually in Belgium. It's also part of the new legislation. So in that regard, the sample quality is more guaranteed, and we say, okay, whatever we hand out to the researchers, the aliquots, let's say he asked two aliquots of material, since we cannot guarantee the quality of the sample as a biobank, we ask them to destroy that part of the sample, but then we still have the other aliquots for future research.
And my last question, I don't know if someone else has questions. My last question is, where's the limit in the agreement between the hospital and the patient about data? I mean, imagine that a patient has a cancer, and meanwhile we are doing research with these samples. No, the patient dies. Is his family or her family the responsible of that samples, or you're free to do whatever you want with this data?
Well, perhaps first of all, GDPR does not apply to people that are dead. So once you're deceased, GDPR no longer applies. So that's already a big big part of the story. So related to your personal data, you no longer have the option yourself, of course, to withdraw that information. And I think in most cases, if the family would reach out to researchers, he or she would still retract the sample from or the data from the system. Although we also have to be aware that in a way the data that have been generated by the researchers using that sample are in a way, for example, well, these are more owned by the researcher than by the patients. It's not his personal data anymore. So that data can still be used normally. So I think, yeah, the personal data would probably still be retracted if you really request that. But that normally shouldn't impact on on the research results that have been generated already. So as soon as you've generated the results, then you can claim, also under GDPR, you can claim other legal basis for still being able to use those data as part of the research project.
So if there's no more questions, thank you very much, Peter.